The symphony of genius begins there as a sound that does not require words. A sound that moves through walls, across oceans, beyond culture and time. It lingers in air long after the final note and settles deep within the heart. This is music. Not just noise organized into patterns, but a language that predates language itself. Where spoken words sometimes fail, music continues. It has the ability to comfort without advice, to inspire without direction, to cry without tears throughout. Human history, music has existed as a quiet companion to every era. It sang beside firelight in ancient caves, echoed from the ceilings of grand cathedrals, and drifted through royal courts, battlefields, and quiet bedrooms. And while instruments have changed from hollow reeds to pianos and violins, the essence has not. The message is always the same. I am here. I feel something, and I need you to feel it too. Unlike words, which require translation, music is understood by feeling. A lullaby hummed to a baby in one part of the world sounds remarkably like a lullaby. In another, a melody written in sorrow can reach across centuries and still touch a soul today. Music speaks in tone, in rhythm, in silence between notes. It is a mirror of what lives inside joy, grief, hope, wonder, all hidden beneath the surface and carried through sound, and perhaps most beautifully, music demands nothing. You don't need to know scales or theory or history to be moved by it. A single violin in a quiet room can fill even the most silent heart. It requires no education to understand pain in a minor chord or joy in a rising phrase. In this way, music belongs to everyone. Over time, it has been more than entertainment. Music has been a tool for resistance, for worship, for mourning, and for love. During revolutions, it carried secret messages. In grief, it offered comfort. In prayer, it reached toward the heavens. And when no words were enough, it filled the silence with meaning. That is the power of music, an invisible thread tying generations together. Across land, language, and time, the role of the composer behind every great piece of music lies a quiet architect, the composer. We often see the notes on a page, or hear the melody in the air, but rarely do we consider the hand that shaped it. The composer is not merely someone who arranges sound. They are the translator of emotion. They take what is felt, what is remembered, what is imagined, and build it into something that can be heard. To compose is to listen closely to the soul. It requires patience, not just with notes and timing, but with silence. Composers wait in quiet spaces for inspiration to arrive, sometimes slowly, sometimes all at once. They build cathedrals from chords, rivers from rhythms. Every piece is a fingerprint of their thoughts, their questions, their joys and sorrows. Some composers wrote with ease. Melodies flowed from them like ink from a fountain. Others labored over every detail, sculpting their work with trembling hands and restless minds. But all shared one thing in common, a need to create something that would speak for them long after they were gone. To be a composer is also to be a dreamer. It is imagining sounds that do not yet exist and trusting that others will one day hear them. It is putting oneself into something invisible and sending it out into a world that may never fully understand the cost of its beauty, and it is work. Often lonely, often misunderstood. Many of the greatest composers lived lives marked by poverty, illness, or heartbreak. Some were celebrated in their lifetime. Others died in silence, their genius only recognized years later. But still they wrote. Still they offered their music to the world. They are more than musicians. They are historians of feeling. They are builders of invisible monuments. In each composition, they leave behind a part of themselves, something tender, something bold, something eternal. Why some composers endure. Not all music survives time. Much is forgotten, lost, or replaced by newer sounds. But there are certain composers whose work remains century after century as relevant, moving, and powerful as the day it was written. What makes them different? What gives their music the strength to echo through history? The answer lies not in popularity, but in depth. Great composers do not write for applause. They write from truth. Their music speaks not to fashion, but to the human experience. Whether joyful or sorrowful, their melodies reflect emotions we all understand: love, loss, hope, despair, wonder. These truths do not change even when centuries pass. Innovation is another mark of greatness. Timeless composers were often those who dared to do something new. They broke rules, stretched boundaries, and imagined sounds that others thought impossible. Some were ridiculed at first, their music called strange, unpleasant, or mad. But in time, what seemed unfamiliar became visionary. Greatness also requires honesty. When a composer writes from a place of sincerity, their work becomes more than notes. It becomes a story, a conversation, a reflection of what it means to be alive. In these works, listeners can find themselves even if they don't know how to read music, even if they come from a different time or place, and then there is mystery. The best music does not explain itself completely. It leaves room for wonder. It allows space for the listener to feel their own story inside the sounds. Each time we hear it, it reveals something new, not about the composer, but about ourselves. This is why we return to Bach, to Mozart, to Beethoven, to Tchaikovsky, and Chopin and Debussy. Their music holds something timeless, not because it is old, but because it speaks to what is eternal in us. It remains like starlight in a night sky, quiet, distant, and always shining. And so, we begin our journey not through charts or textbooks, but through feeling. Ahead lie stories of men and women who shaped the world not with speeches or battles, but with music. Some were born into wealth. Others came from nothing. Some found fame. Others found only resistance. But each of them left behind something extraordinary. We will visit grand courts and candlelit churches. We will walk through war-torn cities and quiet countryside rooms. We will hear the rustle of paper, the strike of piano keys, the breath behind a violin's note. Each chapter brings us closer to understanding how music has not only reflected history, but shaped it. You will meet Johann Sebastian Bach, who wrote music like mathematics, full of order and divine grace, and Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, whose melodies sparkled with life and tragedy. Then Beethoven, who wrote his greatest works even after the world fell silent to him, and Chopin, whose small piano pieces whisper centuries of longing. There is Verdi, whose operas became the soul of a nation, and Debussy, whose music feels like moonlight. There is Mahler, who asked the universe for meaning in sound, and Rachmaninoff, whose hands built cathedrals from sorrow. Stravinsky, Satie, Sibelius, Glass, Preet, each with a voice, all there. Oh, this is not a list. It is a living gallery, a place where every name is a door, every composition a world. As we move through each chapter, let the pace be gentle. Let the stories unfold like soft pages. Whether you are listening with eyes closed or simply resting in stillness, these stories are not here to wake, but to soothe, to wonder, and perhaps to remind you of the quiet magic that lives in every note. Johann Sebastian Bach, the divine mathematician, in the quiet town of Eisenach, Germany, in the year 1685, a child was born into a family already wrapped in music. Johann Sebastian Bach came into the world surrounded by sound, not just from his surroundings, but from his bloodline. For generations, The Bach family had been known across the region as musicians. Town pipers, church organists, court players, theirs was a household where music was not only an art, but a way of life. Johann's father, Ambrosius Bach, was both a musician and a teacher. He introduced his son to the basics of composition, the organ and the violin, setting in motion a lifelong path. Yet when Johann was just 9 years old, his life shifted. His father passed away. Soon after, his mother followed. Orphaned before his 10th birthday, Johann moved in with his older brother, Johann Christoph, another musician. It was here, in his brother's home, that the young Bach began to explore music more deeply. His brother's library of musical scores became a source of fascination. One story, often retold, speaks of Johann secretly copying forbidden pieces by moonlight hunched over the pages at night, driven not by rebellion, but by pure hunger for music. As he grew, so did his skill. By his late teens, Bach was already earning positions as an organist. But more than talent, it was his discipline and curiosity that set him apart. He traveled to hear other masters play. He walked for days to study organs. Every experience became a lesson. Every hardship, a layer in the foundation of his future work. In these early years, Bach learned not just how to play, but how to listen, how to hear the shape of sound, how to hold structure and freedom in the same hand. The roots of his genius were not planted in comfort, but in persistence. And from those roots would grow one of the most intricate and enduring legacies in music, master of counterpoint. To understand Johann Sebastian Bach is to understand counterpoint, the weaving together of two or more independent melodies to create harmony. It is a technique as old as Western music itself, but in Bach's hands, it became something near divine. Imagine music as architecture. Bach was its master builder. He layered melodies like arches and beams, each voice distinct, yet working together to hold the entire structure aloft. This wasn't chaos. It was design. Every note had a purpose. Every line of music, when played alone, made sense, and yet, when joined with others, revealed something greater. Bach's skill in counterpoint didn't come from invention alone. It came from study. He absorbed the styles of older composers, German, Italian, French, and distilled their techniques into something precise and powerful. His fugues, in particular, stand as some of the most mathematically complex pieces in all of music. A single theme might twist and turn through a dozen keys, played forward, backward, mirrored, and stretched, all while maintaining perfect harmony. But Bach was not cold. Though his music is praised for logic and order, it is also filled with emotion. Beneath the strict structures lie feelings of awe, sorrow, joy, and reflection. His art was not mechanical. It was spiritual. It was an expression of faith, of beauty, and of the perfection he saw in both music and creation. This blend of mathematics and meaning made Bach a composer unlike any other. He built cathedrals out of sound, and inside them he placed the full spectrum of the human soul, sacred and secular. Johann Sebastian Bach's life was deeply rooted in the church. He wrote hundreds of cantatas, musical works meant to be performed as part of the Lutheran service. Each one was tied to a specific Sunday, a moment in the church calendar, or a biblical theme. His St. Matthew Passion and Mass in B minor are vast, sacred compositions filled with reverence, sorrow, and spiritual grandeur, but Bach was not limited by the church walls. His music wandered beyond them, finding life in royal courts, coffee houses, and quiet homes. He composed suites and sonatas, concertos, and preludes, pieces that were not prayers, but still held a sense of purpose and depth. Even when writing for secular audiences, he brought with him the same precision, the same craftsmanship, the same voice of grace. His Brandenburg concertos, bright, joyful, and daring, were written for a prince. They are playful yet brilliant, demonstrating his ability to blend entertainment with intellect. His well-tempered clavier, a set of preludes and fugues in every key, became both a technical guide and a masterwork of musical art. In each of these, whether sacred or secular, the essence of Bach remained. He did not change who he was depending on the audience. Instead, he expanded the meaning of music itself. He showed that a composition written for worship could be as moving in a concert hall, and that a melody composed for a noble's delight could still contain the soul of a prayer. This duality, sacred and secular, structure and spirit, was not a conflict for Bach. It was a harmony. He saw the divine in the everyday and the beauty of order in both worlds. Through his music, he connected heaven and earth, giving both spaces a shared song. When Johann Sebastian Bach died in 1750, the world moved on quietly. His sons became composers in their own right. New styles emerged. The classical era took hold, favoring simpler lines, lighter textures, and more accessible melodies. Bach's work, dense and difficult, was seen as old-fashioned, a relic of another time. For nearly a century, his music faded from memory, but it did not disappear. In the early 19th century, a young composer named Felix Mendelssohn discovered Bach's DT, Matthew Passion, and brought it back to life in a historic performance. The reaction was immediate. Musicians and audiences alike began to realize what had been hidden in plain sight, a genius far ahead of his time. From that moment, Bach's music began to rise again. Composers such as Beethoven, Chopin, and Schumann studied him with reverence. His fugues and counterpoint became required learning. His structures, once seen as outdated, were recognized as timeless even today. Bach's influence is felt across all forms of music. In classical performance, in jazz improvisation, in film scores, and even in electronic compositions. His ideas of harmony, voice, and mathematical design continue to inspire. His pieces are studied, played, reinterpreted, and reimagined, each generation finding something new in their depths. But more than technique or style, what endures is the feeling, the quiet intensity of a prelude, the soaring complexity of a fugue, the sacred stillness of a choral work. These are not just compositions. They are moments. They are memories. They are mirrors. In every note of Bach's work, there is something eternal, not loud or proud, not flashy or fleeting, but steady, enduring, like the quiet hum of the universe, like a breath taken in prayer, like the sound of order behind the chaos. His music, once nearly forgotten, now stands as one of the strongest pillars in all of Western art. And in it, we still hear the voice of the divine mathematician building not just music, but meaning, one perfect note at a time. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, the child of light in the heart of Salzburg, Austria. In the cold winter of 1756, a boy was born who would become one of the brightest lights in the history of music. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart entered the world with small hands and a soul already humming. His father, Leopold, was a court composer and violinist, and it didn't take long before he noticed something extraordinary in his young son. By the age of 3, Wolfgang was picking out melodies on the harpsichord. By 5, he was composing his own pieces. And by 6, he was performing for kings, queens, and emperors. Mozart's childhood was not one of games or grassy fields. It was filled with candlelit stages, long travels by carriage, and rooms full of strangers watching him play with wonder. Leopold believed in his son's gift, but also saw opportunity. So he took Wolfgang and his sister, Nannerl, also a gifted musician, on a grand tour across Europe. For years, they performed in palaces and parlors, dazzling audiences from Paris to London, Vienna to Munich. Everywhere they went, people were amazed by the boy with quick fingers and quicker ears, but beneath the applause and the elegant rooms was a growing pressure. Mozart was still a child. He fell ill often. He missed the stability of home. He witnessed both admiration and exploitation. He was praised, but also pushed not only to perform, but to remain extraordinary. This early fame would follow him for the rest of his life. It gave him access to the highest courts in Europe, but also set impossible expectations. He had been seen as a miracle. And miracles, people believed, do not age, do not falter, do not fail. Mozart's genius was not only technical, it was emotional. His music sparkled not just because it was skillful, but because it danced. In a time when composers often wrote to impress, Mozart wrote as though he were simply breathing. His melodies flowed with ease, full of life, movement, and grace. He had an ear for beauty and a heart full of curiosity. His compositions were fast, natural, and precise. It is said that he could finish entire pieces in his head before ever putting pen to paper. To him, the notes were not puzzles to solve, they were stories to be told, characters to meet, moments to feel. He wrote symphonies that soared, operas that laughed and cried, concertos that shimmered with clarity. Whether composing for strings, voice, or keys, Mozart's works always felt alive, full of light and breath, of humor and humanity. There was no stiffness, no cold calculation. There was movement, sparkle, and emotion even when he explored. Sorrow or depth, there was always a sense of balance. A Mozart adagio, slow, tender, aching, still carried light in its corners. A sense of understanding, not just sadness. He did not drag the listener down. He held their hand, even through the dark, and perhaps that is why his music still sings so clearly today. It feels human. It feels close. It is not a monument, but a companion walking beside you, reminding you of joy, of beauty, of breath, loneliness. Behind the genius, for all the wonder he gave to the world, Mozart's own life was marked by struggle. Fame in childhood did not guarantee security in adulthood. As he grew older, he found it difficult to hold steady work. He was admired, but not always understood. He lived in a world of royal courts and rigid hierarchies, where talent was often secondary to status and politics. Mozart was bold, independent, and often outspoken, traits that did not always win him favor. He longed for freedom, but that freedom came at a price. Without steady patronage, he often found himself in financial distress. Letters to friends and family reveal a man constantly worried about rent, about bills, about how to care for his wife and children. His wife, Constanze, was his partner and his support, but even their life together was marked by loss. Several of their children died in infancy. Mozart's health was fragile. And though he continued to compose, perform, and teach, the weight of everyday life wore on him. He wrote hundreds of letters in his lifetime, many filled with wit, humor, and sharp intelligence. But scattered among them are glimpses of exhaustion, of fear, of being overlooked. He was once the celebrated child. Now he was the adult genius living in rented rooms, pouring his soul into music few were paying to hear. In the final year of his life, he composed some of his greatest works, including the Magic Flute and the haunting, unfinished Requiem. But before he could complete it, he fell ill. His health declined rapidly, and he died at just 35 years old. He was buried in a common grave, with few mourners and no monument. It was a quiet end for a man who had filled the world with such brilliant sound. And yet, his story did not end there. In the centuries since Mozart's death, his music has only grown more beloved. It plays in concert halls and film scores, in classrooms and cathedrals. His name is known to nearly everyone, not as a relic, but as a presence. His music feels neither old nor distant. It feels alive. What gives his work this timeless power is not complexity alone, but clarity. Mozart could take something intricate and make it feel simple. His melodies are easy to hum, yet they carry depth beneath their surface. He didn't overwhelm. He invited. He allowed the listener in gently, gracefully. In an age when many artists sought to astonish, Mozart sought to touch. His genius was quiet, not loud. It spoke not in shouts, but in singing lines, in gentle cadences, in silences placed just right. Even the most decorated musicians find something humbling in his scores. Every note is where it should be. Nothing more, nothing less. Simplicity, in this way, became his brilliance. He trusted the power of melody. He let emotion shine through form. And he gave his listeners room to feel, to imagine, to weep, to smile. He was not perfect. He made mistakes. He struggled, as we all do. But in his music, he left behind something that feels perfect, not in the sense of being flawless, but in the sense of being true, a child of light. Mozart lived too briefly. But through his music, he remains radiant, human, and still singing. Ludwig van Beethoven's sound beyond silence in December of 1770 in the city of Bonn, Germany. Ludwig van Beethoven was born into a world already full of noise, not the musical kind, but the kind that echoes through difficult homes. His father, Johann, was a singer in the court chapel. But more than that, he was a man who saw potential in his son and pushed him relentlessly, often with cruelty. Beethoven's childhood was shaped by discipline, fear, and long hours at the keyboard. His father dreamed of shaping another Mozart, and this dream became a pressure that never eased. There were stories of young Ludwig being dragged from his bed in the night to practice, of tears shed over keys, of music becoming both gift and burden, but within that storm, something grew. Beethoven found in music not just obligation, but escape. A space where sound could be shaped by will, where he could turn chaos into clarity. He showed promise early, and by his teenage years, he was already composing, performing, and drawing the attention of powerful patrons. At 17, he traveled to Vienna, the heart of the music world, and briefly met Mozart, who reportedly recognized his talent. A few years later, he would study under Joseph Haydn, absorbing structure while quietly preparing to break it. Though his early years were bruised and unkind, Beethoven emerged from them not broken, but burning. With his back straight and his soul braced, he stepped into a world of sound ready not just to follow in others' footsteps, but to leave his own marks, deep and permanent, symphony of emotion Beethoven didn't write to please. He wrote, to speak truths that had no words, to shape emotions too large for language. While earlier composers often worked within elegant forms, Beethoven reached into the heart of feeling and pulled it outward, bold and unfiltered. His third symphony, known as the Eroica, was a turning point. Originally dedicated to Napoleon, whom Beethoven once admired for championing the rights of the people, the dedication was later torn from the page when Napoleon crowned himself emperor. This act of betrayal found its echo in the symphony itself, powerful, conflicted, tragic, and soaring. It was music that told a story without needing to explain itself. Beethoven's work evolved with him. His earlier pieces showed classical influence, shaped by Haydn, and Mozart. But as he matured, so did his voice. The piano sonatas became more introspective, the string quartets more experimental. His orchestral works began to swell with a kind of emotional gravity no one had heard before. The Fifth Symphony, with its unforgettable four-note motif, was not just music. It was fate knocking at the door. The Sixth, his pastoral symphony, painted a countryside not with brush, but with breath, bird song and flutes, storms and timpani, peace in rising strings. And then there was the Ninth, his final complete symphony. In it, he did something few had dared. He added human voices to symphonic form. The Ode to Joy, its final movement, is a celebration of unity, of hope, of light emerging from darkness. Through every note, Beethoven made feeling the center. His music was not polite, but powerful. Not decorative, but direct. It did not entertain. It revealed, sometime in his late 20s, Beethoven began to notice a terrible change. He could hear, but not as clearly. Conversations became harder. Music, the thing he loved most, began to grow distant. The cause was uncertain, but the result was devastating. He was going deaf. For any musician, such a fate would be cruel. For Beethoven, it felt like the edge of despair. He withdrew from society. He wrote a private letter, known as the Heiligenstadt Testament, confessing his grief, his isolation, and his thoughts of ending his life. But he did not end it. Instead, he turned inward. And somehow, from that silence, he created even greater sound. As his hearing declined, his imagination grew louder. He could no longer hear with his ears, so he began to hear with his mind, building entire works in silence, holding every note, every harmony, in thought alone. It was during this period that he composed some of his most iconic music. The Moonlight Sonata, tender and haunted. The late string quartets, strange and beautiful. The Ninth Symphony, composed when he could barely hear anything at all. The premiere of the Ninth, Beethoven stood on stage, conducting alongside the real conductor, unaware of the thunderous applause that followed. A musician had to turn him gently so he could see the audience, clapping and weeping in admiration. He had lost the ability to hear the world. But the world had not lost the ability to hear him. In silence, he had found defiance. And in defiance, he had found freedom. The romantic spirit unleashed. Beethoven lived at a turning point in history. The 18th century, with its structured elegance and Enlightenment ideals, was giving way to something messier, deeper, and more personal. The Romantic era. And Beethoven was its bridge, where earlier composers served courts and wrote by commission. Beethoven wrote as an artist, independent, bold, and often stubborn. He did not ask permission to change the rules. He simply changed them. He expanded the length of symphonies. He pushed harmonic boundaries. He demanded new kinds of emotion from his performers and from his audience. He did not fear ugliness. In music, he embraced dissonance, sudden turns, unexpected softness. He saw that life was not only graceful, but also rough, raw, and real. And he allowed music to reflect all of it. Beethoven did not seek to decorate the world. He sought to describe it in its joy, its pain, its chaos, and beauty. He believed that music could be more than entertainment. It could be truth. It could be a voice for the soul when words were not enough. He inspired those who followed. Brahms, Wagner, Mahler, and beyond. Each found in his work a model for what music could dare to be, and in doing so, Beethoven didn't just shape sound. He reshaped the role of the composer. He showed that one could write not to please, but to express, not to obey, but to reveal. He gave musicians permission to feel, and in every note, he gave listeners permission to do the same. Franz Schubert, The Melancholy Melody, in a modest house in Vienna. In the year 1797, a boy was born into a large musical family. His name was Franz Peter Schubert. He was the 12th child in a household that hummed with music, and even as a child, Franz stood out. He was small in stature, quiet in temperament, and unassuming in presence. But within him, music flowed like breath. Schubert's father was a schoolmaster, and music was part of everyday life. Franz played the violin, sang in choirs, and studied composition under teachers who quickly saw something rare in him. His gift was not loud or showy. It was inward, delicate, and deep. He didn't seek the spotlight. He sought the page, the manuscript, the melody, the harmony that would capture what words could not. He never held court positions like other composers of his time. He was not a traveling virtuoso. He stayed close to home, often supported by friends who believed in him. In rented rooms on borrowed pianos, Schubert wrote with quiet intensity day after day, night after night. He composed not for fame, but because he had to. It was how he lived, how he processed joy and sorrow, how he gave shape to the silence around him. Though humble and often overlooked in his own time, Schubert created with astonishing volume. Over the course of just 3 decades of life, he composed more than 600 songs, dozens of piano works, chamber music, symphonies, and sacred pieces. His days were simple. His music was anything but. If there is one form where Schubert left a mark unlike any before him, it was in the art song, or as it is known in German, the Lied. A Lied is a musical setting of a poem, usually for solo voice and piano. And in Schubert's hands, it became something transformative. Before Schubert, art songs were often polite, decorative, or instructional. But he saw something deeper. He saw that a song could be a world in miniature. That, in a few minutes, music could bring a poem to life, not just repeating the words, but expanding them, deepening their feeling, offering new dimensions of sound and silence. His songs told stories. They painted pictures. A traveler walking through snow, a lover haunted by memory, a child dreaming of peace. Each one carried emotion so clearly that even those unfamiliar with the language could feel it. In Gretchen am Spinnrad, Schubert used the piano to mimic the spinning of a wheel, turning faster and more frantic as the characters' thoughts unraveled. In Der Roknig, the piano galloped like a horse through the night, while a single singer gave voice to 4 characters, each with their own tone and fear. But it wasn't just drama. Many of his songs were quiet, inward, and tender. They captured moods more than events: longing, restlessness, fleeting joy. The piano was not an accompaniment. It was an equal partner, adding texture and breath to every note. Schubert didn't write songs to be sung in grand halls. He wrote them for salons, for drawing rooms, for voices near and familiar. His music was meant to sit beside you, like a friend, a mirror, or a gentle confession whispered in twilight. Though Schubert was surrounded by friends and found joy in conversation, laughter, and wine, there was a solitude that never left him. He rarely spoke of it directly, but it lived in his music, in the long pauses, the distant keys, the harmonies that hovered just above sadness. He was often described as cheerful, even playful. But beneath that surface was a mind wrestling with uncertainty and illness. In his early 20s, Schubert contracted a serious disease, likely syphilis, a diagnosis that carried shame, secrecy, and fear in his time. His health faltered. His prospects dimmed. And yet, his creativity only deepened. The pain he carried never shouted. It whispered. It appeared in works like the winterized song cycle, a bleak, beautiful journey through cold landscapes. and colder emotions. It echoed in his piano sonatas, many of which begin with serenity and end in sorrow, or drift between light and dark like clouds moving across sunlit ground. His impromptus and moments musicoks are filled with hesitation, tenderness, and quiet yearning. They do not demand attention. They invite reflection. Listening to them feels like reading someone's private thoughts, not tragic, but deeply human. Though he had moments of happiness, of celebration, there was always a sense that time was short, that something was slipping away. And in that awareness, Schubert wrote not to escape life, but to feel it fully, even the parts that hurt. His loneliness was not bitterness. It was intimacy, a closeness with feeling that few could match. And in embracing it, he gave voice to others who had no words for their own quiet sorrows. Franz Schubert died in 1828, just 31 years old. At the time, only a small circle of admirers truly understood the magnitude of what he had created. He had never known great fame. He had struggled with money, with illness, with invisibility. But he had left behind a world of sound, soft, vivid, an eternal dot in the years that followed. His music slowly began to be recognized. Composers like Schumann, Brahms, and Liszt championed his work. His symphonies were unearthed, performed, and praised. His songs became essential to voice students, concert halls, and recordings. Today, Schubert is known not as a shadow, but as a foundation, a quiet architect of the Romantic spirit. He showed that music could be personal, inward, emotional without spectacle, that small forms could hold immense beauty, that vulnerability could be strength. He didn't write for glory. He wrote because he felt. And that feeling still echoes not in loud fanfare, but in the hush of a single voice, the warmth of a single chord, the quiet pause before a melody begins. In a world that often celebrates the grand and the loud, Schubert reminds us of something else, that sometimes it is the gentle, the tender, the unspoken, that lasts the longest, and so his melodies continue soft as breath, deep as memory, and forever true. Johannes Brahms, the reluctant prophet in the bustling port city of Hamburg, Germany, in 1833, Johannes Brahms was born into a world where survival came before beauty. His family was modest, his father a double bass player, his mother a seamstress. From an early age, Brahms understood what it meant to earn a living through music, not for fame, but for food. As a boy, he showed remarkable musical ability. His fingers moved quickly across piano keys, his mind absorbing patterns and harmonies like second nature. But instead of playing for aristocrats or noble patrons, young Brahms found himself performing in the dim corners of taverns and waterfront dance halls, places thick with smoke, laughter, and the quiet ache of working-class life. He was just a teenager, playing for sailors and drinkers, often well into the night. It wasn't glamorous. It wasn't refined. But it was honest. These early years shaped his musical voice, one grounded in emotion, in truth, and in a quiet strength that would never leave him. Brahms studied when he could, worked when he must, and composed when the moment allowed. His teachers admired his discipline, though some thought his style too conservative. Yet even then, his talent was undeniable. His pieces carried weight beyond his years, melodies that didn't beg to be noticed, but refused to be forgotten. He didn't rise overnight. There were no childhood tours or grand entrances. Brahms walked a slower path, one built on patience, self-study, and the long echo of real experience. And eventually, that path led him to the people who would change his life, and to the music that would change the world. Friend of the Schumanns in 1853, at the age of 20, Brahms arrived in Düsseldorf carrying a letter of introduction. He was to meet Robert and Clara Schumann, one of the most respected couples in the world of music. Robert was a composer and writer, Clara a renowned pianist. Together, They had created a life of music, love, and artistic vision. Into their world stepped Brahms, young, intense, and full of quiet fire. The meeting would become a turning point. Robert was immediately impressed. In his music journal, he declared Brahms a genius, a force the world had been waiting for. With this praise, Brahms was launched into the public eye. But with it came a burden, the comparison to Beethoven, the expectation to fulfill a prophecy he never asked for. Even more powerful than Robert's support, though, was Brahms' bond with Clara. She was older, wiser, and deeply admired. Their connection grew through shared letters, music, and long walks filled with conversation. When Robert's mental health declined, Brahms stood by the family. He helped care for the children. He stayed through the silence of illness and the sadness of loss. Robert would eventually be committed to an asylum, where he spent the last years of his life. Brahms remained a steady presence, writing, supporting, and quietly falling deeper into feeling that, for all its depth, was never openly declared. His relationship with Clara was marked by restraint and respect, and though they may have loved one another, they never became lovers. These years changed Brahms. His music became more tender, more sorrowful, more reflective. He had witnessed beauty and suffering hand in hand, and he had learned that love, even unfulfilled, could still be a guiding light. Brahms composed like a craftsman. He was deliberate, thoughtful, and often harsh on himself. He destroyed more than he published, unwilling to let anything leave his hands unless it met the highest standard. But what emerged was music of stunning contrast, bold yet delicate, grand yet intimate, stormy yet serene. His symphonies are a perfect example. They move with the weight of centuries, as though echoing the voices of Bach and Beethoven, yet they speak with Brahms' own tone, lyrical, moody, filled with sudden bursts of light or shadow. The First Symphony, which he completed after years of doubt, carries a sense of arrival, like finally stepping out from behind a long shadow. The second, by contrast, is pastoral and gentle, blooming with calm. The third moves like a tide, rising and falling with quiet force. And the fourth, his final symphony, is as mysterious as it is powerful, a work that looks backward in form but forward in feeling. His chamber works, piano quartets, string sextets, clarinet sonatas reveal a more private side. These pieces often feel like conversations, filled with hesitation, affection, and reflection. They are not music for grand halls alone, but for quiet rooms where emotions can breathe without spectacle. Even his lullabies and waltzes, pieces known to the general public, carry layers of feeling beneath their surface simplicity. Brahms did not write to impress. He wrote to express, and his emotions were often dressed in harmony rather than exposed in melody. This subtlety became his signature. During Brahms' lifetime, music was changing. Romanticism was giving way to newer, bolder expressions. Composers like Wagner were expanding the boundaries of opera, embracing grand spectacle and long, sweeping lines. The music world was leaning toward the dramatic, the dazzling, the revolutionary, but Brahms held to something else, something quieter. He chose form, balance, and control. He preferred chamber music over theater, variations over crescendos, structure over storm. To some, he seemed old-fashioned, but to others, he was a guardian of musical truth, reminder that depth didn't always need volume. He dressed simply, lived modestly, and never married. He valued privacy and protected his inner world. He laughed easily with friends, yet walked alone when the city grew too loud. His life was filled with music, but it was never about performance. It was about presence, about crafting something that would last. In his later years, Brahms grew more introspective. His final works, especially those for clarinet and piano, glow with soft resignation. They feel like farewells whispered rather than spoken. They do not ask for attention. They offer companionship. For those who listen closely, they reveal a heart still learning, still longing, still alive. When Brahms died in 1897, Vienna mourned. He had become one of its quiet giants, a man who never chased applause, but earned eternal respect. His grave lies near Beethoven's, the composer whose shadow had once loomed so large. And now, side by side, they rest, two voices joined by silence, two prophets of sound. Frédéric Chopin, the poet of the piano. Frédéric Chopin was born in 1810 in a small village near Warsaw, Poland. From the beginning, he was surrounded by music and language, his father a teacher, his mother a pianist, his home filled with conversation, poetry, and the rhythms of folk songs. Even as a boy, Chopin showed an unusual sensitivity to sound. He would sit at the piano for hours, exploring chords, crafting small melodies that felt more like sighs than statements. Poland was his home, and it would remain his soul. But in 1830, when Chopin was just 20, war and unrest swept across his country. He left for a concert tour, and shortly after he arrived in Vienna, he received news of the failed uprising back home. He would never return. The pain of exile stayed with him, not loudly, but deeply, woven into the quiet spaces of his music. Eventually, Chopin settled in Paris, a city alive with art, philosophy, and beauty. But he didn't seek the public stage. He rarely gave large concerts. He preferred small salons, gatherings of artists and intellectuals where music was played not for spectacle, but for sharing. In these rooms, lit by candlelight and filled with whispered conversation, Chopin found his voice. He became known not just for his compositions, but for how he played. His touch was soft, almost weightless, his phrasing full of breath. Audiences would sit in silence, drawn in not by power, but by purity. In a time of dramatic flair and showmanship, Chopin's restraint became revolutionary. Still, beneath the elegance of his life in Paris, there remained the ache of displacement. Though surrounded by admirers, he carried with him the memory of home, of language, of landscape, of loss. And through his music, he whispered it to the world. Chopin did not write grand symphonies or operas. His canvas was smaller, the piano and the piano alone. Yet within this narrow space, he painted entire worlds. His music was not meant for crowded concert halls, but for the stillness of evening, for one listener, for a quiet room. For the heart, each piece he wrote felt like a letter, personal, unspoken, yet filled with meaning. His nocturnes drifted, like dreams, with melodies that hovered just above silence. His waltzes moved with delicate elegance, never rushed, never forced. Even his etudes, technical studies on the surface, carried emotion beneath their surface, a blend of discipline and poetry. Chopin had an instinct for touch, not just on the piano, but in his understanding of feeling. He could hold a single note just long enough to let it breathe, or shape a phrase that curved gently around a moment of sadness. There was no excess, no flourish for its own sake. Every gesture served the music. He often worked in short forms, mazurkas, preludes, impromptus. But in these few minutes, he said what others might spend hours trying to say. He found beauty in detail, in the space between chords, in the way a single rhythm could echo like memory. And though his music was refined, it was never cold. It held vulnerability. It invited you in quietly, respectfully. It did not demand your attention. It earned your trust. To play Chopin is to speak softly. To listen to Chopin is to be spoken to gently, intimately, as if through a window half open to the night. Romance and Ruin. In 1836, Chopin met a woman who had changed his life. Her name was Aurore Dupin, though she wrote under the pen. Name George Sand. She was bold, unconventional, and fiercely intelligent. A writer, a mother, and a force of nature in Parisian literary circles. She lived on her own terms. The relationship began slowly, then deepened into a partnership marked by complexity, passion, and emotional tension. Sand became a guardian of Chopin's fragile health, a companion in his creative life, and a source of emotional turmoil. He, in turn, brought calm and introspection to her otherwise turbulent world. For nearly a decade, they shared summers at her country estate inn, Nohant, where Chopin composed some of his finest works. The quiet landscape suited him. There, he found peace at least for a time. But peace was not permanent. Their personalities, once complementary, began to clash. Sand was pragmatic, grounded, expressive. Chopin, private and sensitive, grew. Increasingly ill, as his health declined, so did their bond. Arguments followed. Misunderstandings widened. Eventually, their relationship ended painfully, quietly, and without reconciliation. The break left Chopin more isolated than ever. He returned to Paris, thinner, more withdrawn, and never quite the same, though he continued to write. His music from this period carries a different tone, still beautiful, but tinged with sorrow. The playfulness had faded. In its place was reflection, fragility, and a deeper sense of time running out. George Sand had been both muse and mirror. And when she left, the echo of that loss remained not in public statements, but in the silences between notes. In the end, Chopin's life was as brief as many of his compositions. He died in 1849 at the age of 39. His body, weakened by illness, gave way. But his music had already taken root, quiet seeds planted in the heart of the Romantic era. Destined to grow long after he was gone, what Chopin left behind was not a towering body of orchestral works, but a library of pieces that feel like thoughts short, honest, and fully realized. He showed that beauty did not require volume, that feeling did not require explanation, that a single page of music could carry more meaning than an entire symphony. In his preludes, we find passing moods, a flicker of sadness, a moment of hope, a question unanswered. In his mazurkas, we hear Poland not the nation and power, but the memory of home, the pulse of tradition, the ache of exile. In his nocturnes, we hear dreams not always peaceful, but always personal. Chopin did not shout. He didn't try to conquer the world with sound. He spoke gently, with grace. And in doing so, he created a language that countless pianists and listeners have followed ever since. Today, his music remains among the most played, the most beloved, and the most quietly powerful. Not because it demands to be heard, but because it quietly offers itself to those who are listening. In a world that often moves too quickly, Chopin reminds us that sometimes, just sometimes, the smallest moment can be the most lasting. A few notes, a soft pause, a breath, and something true. Giuseppe Verdi, voice of a nation in a small village called La Roncole, nestled among the farmlands of northern Italy. Giuseppe Verdi was born in 1813. His parents were innkeepers and grocers, humble people with little wealth but deep roots. In the rhythms of rural life, Verdi's world began not in concert halls, but in the slow churn of the countryside among crops, seasons, and the sounds of church bells ringing across fields. From an early age, it was clear he had an unusual connection to music. A village organ became his first companion, and the local church gave him his first audience. He was not a child prodigy in the traditional sense. He didn't rise with dazzling speed or perform for royalty as a boy. But he was persistent, and more than anything, he was hungry to learn when he was still young, a local patron recognized his talent and helped fund his education in Busseto and later in Milan. But the path was not smooth. He was rejected by the prestigious Milan Conservatory, an early sign that he would often walk a different road than others. Instead, he studied privately and began composing music with the same steady resolve that had shaped his early life, Verdi's. Beginnings were not glamorous. They were slow, hard-won, and grounded in reality. But it was this foundation built on earth, not gold, that gave his music its depth. He understood struggle, and he never forgot where he came from. His early operas gained attention, but it wasn't until tragedy visited him that Verdi would begin writing works that would change not only music, but the heart of a nation, opera. As emotion, Verdi did not see opera as a distant, polished performance. He saw it as something visceral, raw, emotional, and alive. In his hands, the genre transformed from aristocratic entertainment into something closer to life itself. Love, betrayal, grief, revenge, Verdi poured human feeling into music. Giving voice to those who rarely had one from the very beginning, his works were filled with characters who felt real, not just noble kings or mythical heroes, but ordinary people caught in extraordinary pain. In Rigoletto, he gave the stage to a hunchbacked court jester, torn between bitterness and fatherly love. In La Traviata, he told the story of a dying courtesan whose final act was not scandal, but sacrifice. In Il Trovatore, lovers, outcasts, and enemies collided in music that burned with tension. Verdi's melodies were unforgettable not because they were complicated, but because they went straight to the heart. He wrote with a sense of pacing and drama that made each scene feel inevitable. A single line of music could carry an entire emotion. A well-placed silence could feel like a lifetime. What set him apart was not just what he wrote, but how he wrote it. He respected singers, understanding their limits and their power. He crafted roles that pushed voices to soar, not for effect, but for expression. His orchestration was lean, focused, always in service of the voice, always in service of the story. In Verdi's world, opera was no longer a performance. It was a mirror, one that reflected the sorrows, hopes, and passions of a people longing to be seen. The turning point in Verdi's life came with sorrow. In the span of just a few years, he lost both of his young children and then his wife. The weight of that grief nearly ended his career before it truly began. He withdrew from composing, crushed by loss, unsure whether he could continue, but out of this darkness, something began to stir. A libretto, the text for an opera, came into his hands. It was the story of the Hebrews enslaved in Babylon, longing for home. Though reluctant at first, Verdi agreed to set it to music. That opera became Nabucco, and it would change everything. One chorus from Nabucco, known as Va, Pensiero, soared beyond the stage. Sung by the Hebrew slaves, it expressed longing for homeland, for freedom, for dignity. But for the Italian people who at that time were divided, occupied, and yearning for unity, the chorus became something more. It became their song. With Nabucco, Verdi became more than a composer. He became a voice for a people in pain. And as Italy moved through decades of revolution, war, and unification, Verdi's music continued to accompany it. His operas offered not escape, but reflection. They helped people feel seen, but even as his fame grew, Verdi remained grounded. He preferred the quiet of the countryside. He walked, gardened, and read. He built a retirement home for musicians, a gesture of kindness to those who had lived, like him, in service to music. His personal pain never fully healed, but it became the well from which he drew some of the most powerful music the world has known. He did not run from grief. He translated it into sound, into story, Into truth. As Italy moved toward unification in the 19th century, Verdi's name began to take on new meaning. Across the cities and villages, people wrote, "Viva Verdi," "Long live Verdi," on walls and posters. But the phrase carried a secret. Verdi was also an acronym. Vittorio Emanuele Re d'Italia, Victor Emmanuel, King of Italy. The cry for Verdi was also a cry for freedom. His music had become inseparable from the movement for Italian unity. It inspired, reflected, and gave emotional voice to a country finding itself. Verdi, who had once been just a boy from a small village, was now a symbol of national identity, a reminder of what Italy was and what it could be. But even with this status, he remained humble. He never sought political power. He simply composed, quietly, consistently, and with purpose. Even late in life, he kept writing. His Requiem, a Mass for the Dead, was one of his most moving works, written not for the stage, but for the soul, and when he passed away in 1901, the nation mourned. Thousands gathered in silence as his body was carried through the streets of Milan. No orchestra played. No voice sang. Just the soft shuffling of feet and the weight of farewell. Later, at his final resting place, voices would rise, thousands of them singing Va Pensiero, the same chorus that once lifted a people now carried him home. Giuseppe Verdi had become more than a composer. He had become the voice of a nation, not through speeches or declarations, but through melody, through heartbreak, through beauty. His name still echoes not just in opera houses, but in the quiet spaces of memory where music and meaning meet. Giuseppe Verdi, voice of a nation in a small village called Laroncole, nestled among the farmlands of northern Italy. Giuseppe Verdi was born in 1813. His parents were innkeepers and grocers, humble people with little wealth but deep roots. In the rhythms of rural life, Verdi's world began not in concert halls, but in the slow churn of the countryside among crops, seasons, and the sounds of church bells ringing across fields. From an early age, it was clear he had an unusual connection to music. A village organ became his first companion, and the local church gave him his first audience. He was not a child prodigy in the traditional sense. He didn't rise with dazzling speed or perform for royalty as a boy. But he was persistent, and more than anything, he was hungry to learn. When he was still young, a local patron recognized his talent and helped fund his education in Busseto and later in Milan. But the path was not smooth. He was rejected by the prestigious Milan Conservatory, an early sign that he would often walk a different road than others. Instead, he studied privately and began composing music with the same steady resolve that had shaped his early life, Verdi's. Beginnings were not glamorous. They were slow, hard-won, and grounded in reality. But it was this foundation built on earth, not gold, that gave his music its depth. He understood struggle, and he never forgot where he came from. His early operas gained attention, but it wasn't until tragedy visited him that Verdi would begin writing works that would change not only music, but the heart of a nation, opera. As emotion, Verdi did not see opera as a distant, polished performance. He saw it as something visceral, raw, emotional, and alive. In his hands, the genre transformed from aristocratic entertainment into something closer to life itself. Love, betrayal, grief, revenge. Verdi poured human feeling into music, giving voice to those who rarely had one. From the very beginning, his works were filled with characters who felt real, not just noble kings or mythical heroes, but ordinary people caught in extraordinary pain. In Rigoletto, he gave the stage to a hunchbacked court jester, torn between bitterness and fatherly love. In La Traviata, he told the story of a dying courtesan whose final act was not scandal, but sacrifice. In Il Trovatore, lovers, outcasts. and enemies collided in music that burned with tension. Verdi's melodies were unforgettable not because they were complicated, but because they went straight to the heart. He wrote with a sense of pacing and drama that made each scene feel inevitable. A single line of music could carry an entire emotion. A well-placed silence could feel like a lifetime. What set him apart was not just what he wrote, but how he wrote it. He respected singers, understanding their limits and their power. He crafted roles that pushed voices to soar, not for effect, but for expression. His orchestration was lean, focused always in service of the voice, always in service of the story. In Verdi's world, opera was no longer a performance. It was a mirror, one that reflected the sorrows, hopes, and passions of a people longing to be seen. The turning point in Verdi's life came with sorrow. In the span of just a few years, he lost both of his young children and then his wife. The weight of that grief nearly ended his career before it truly began. He withdrew from composing, crushed by loss, unsure whether he could continue, but out of this darkness, something began to stir. A libretto, the text for an opera, came into his hands. It was the story of the Hebrews enslaved in Babylon, longing for home. Though reluctant at first, Verdi agreed to set it to music. That opera became Nabucco, and it would change everything. 1. Chorus from Nabucco, known as Va, Pensiero, soared beyond the stage. Sung by the Hebrew slaves, it expressed longing for homeland, for freedom, for dignity. But for the Italian people who at that time were divided, occupied, and yearning for unity, the chorus became something more. It became their song. With Nabucco, Verdi became more than a composer. He became a voice for a people in pain. And as Italy moved through decades of revolution, war, and unification, Verdi's music continued to accompany it. His operas offered not escape, but reflection. They helped people feel seen, but even as his fame grew, Verdi remained grounded. He preferred the quiet of the countryside. He walked, gardened, and read. He built a retirement home for musicians, a gesture of kindness to those who had lived, like him, in service to music. His personal pain never fully healed, but it became the well from which he drew some of the most powerful music the world has known. He did not run from grief. He translated it into sound, into story, into truth. As Italy moved toward unification in the 19th century, Verdi's name began to take on new meaning. Across the cities and villages, people wrote, "Viva Verdi," "Long live Verdi," on walls and posters. But the phrase carried a secret. Verdi was also an acronym. Vittorio Emanuele Re d'Italia, Victor Emmanuel, King of Italy. The cry for Verdi was also a cry for freedom. His music had become inseparable from the movement for Italian unity. It inspired, reflected, and gave emotional voice to a country finding itself. Verdi, who had once been just a boy from a small village, was now a symbol of national identity, a reminder of what Italy was and what it could be. But even with this status, he remained humble. He never sought political power. He simply composed, quietly, consistently, and with purpose. Even late in life, he kept writing. His Requiem, a Mass for the Dead, was one of his most moving works, written not for the stage, but for the soul, and when he passed away in 1901, the nation mourned. Thousands gathered in silence as his body was carried through the streets of Milan. No orchestra played. No voice sang. Just the soft shuffling of feet and the weight of farewell. Later, at his final resting place, voices would rise, thousands of them singing Va, Pensiero, the same chorus that once lifted a people now carried him home. Giuseppe Verdi had become more than a composer. He had become the voice of a nation, not through speeches or declarations, but through melody, through heartbreak, Through beauty, his name still echoes not just in opera houses, but in the quiet spaces of memory where music and meaning meet. Pyotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky's heart on fire in the quiet town of Votkinsk, nestled in the heart of the Russian Empire. Pyotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky was born in 1840. His childhood was filled with music, but also silence, the kind that comes from emotional distance. His mother was warm but distant. His father, a government official, moved often for work. Amid this shifting world, Tchaikovsky found companionship in sound from early on. He was drawn to melody. But unlike other great composers who showed prodigious talent as children, Tchaikovsky's musical path unfolded gradually. He was educated first as a civil servant, following the expectations of his family. Music was a passion, but not yet a career. Only later, in his early 20s, did he enroll at the newly founded St. Petersburg Conservatory, one of the first formal institutions of its kind in Russia. There, he studied Western forms and techniques, symphony, counterpoint, harmony. But even as he mastered these structures, he remained tethered to something more ancient, the sound of Russian folk songs, the melancholy of Orthodox chants, the vastness of the Russian landscape. In Tchaikovsky, these two musical worlds, East and West, began to meet, unlike the Mighty Five, a group of Russian composers who rejected European influence. Tchaikovsky welcomed both. He saw no contradiction in blending Italian lyricism with Slavic sorrow, French grace with Russian depth. His music would never fit neatly into categories. It shimmered with emotion, but followed rigorous form. It was tender and thunderous, intimate and theatrical. This bridge between traditions became his signature, not through philosophy, but through feeling. And through that blend, Tchaikovsky created a voice entirely his own, one that resonated far beyond his homeland, ballets, and beyond. If Tchaikovsky had written only one of his great ballets, his place in musical history would be secure. But he wrote three, each a masterpiece, each transforming the world of dance forever. With Swan Lake, The Sleeping Beauty, and The Nutcracker, he gave ballet not just movement, but soul. Before Tchaikovsky, ballet music was often decorative, a soft backdrop for choreography. But he changed that. He believed the music should carry emotion, drive the story, and give dancers something deeper to move within. His scores were symphonic in richness, with recurring motifs, layered harmonies, and dramatic arcs. Swan Lake, his first ballet, tells the story of love and betrayal, of a woman turned into a swan and the prince who tries to save her. Its melodies glide and shimmer, filled with longing. The ballet was not a success in its first performances, but over time, it became iconic. Its opening theme is recognizable as any in classical music. The Sleeping Beauty came next, more elegant, more structured, a fairy tale bathed in glitter and grace. And then the Nutcracker, now a holiday tradition around the world, playful, magical, and yet still tinged with quiet wonder. But ballet was only part of his legacy. Tchaikovsky's symphonies, especially the fourth, fifth, and sixth, are among the most emotionally intense in the orchestral repertoire. His Piano Concerto No. 1, once rejected by its dedicatee, became one of the most performed concertos in the world. His Violin Concerto, lyrical and daring, pushed both instrument and performer to new places. In every form, he poured feeling into the notes. He made music not just to entertain, but to express what words could not. His gift was not in showing brilliance, it was in showing truth. Beneath the beauty of Tchaikovsky's music lived a man who struggled not just with melodies, but with himself. His letters, preserved across years, reveal a soul in conflict. Tender, intelligent, affectionate, and often aching with sadness, Tchaikovsky was deeply private. He feared scandal, yet longed for understanding. He was a man of passion, yet restrained by the expectations of a conservative society. He lived in a time when homosexuality was not only taboo, but dangerous. And so, much of his personal life remained hidden, known to close friends, suggested in writings, but never openly expressed. He married once, in a union that quickly collapsed. The relationship, born more of fear than love, plunged him into a deep emotional crisis. Afterward, he never married again. His relationships remained discreet, his longing tucked between phrases of music and the lines of his letters, yet even in solitude. He found connection particularly in an unusual friendship with Nadezhda von Meck, a wealthy widow who became his patron and confidant. For over a decade, they exchanged letters, hundreds of them sharing thoughts on music, life, and feeling. They never met in person, but the relationship gave Tchaikovsky emotional support and financial freedom. Still, the shadows lingered. He suffered bouts of depression. He feared rejection. He doubted his worth even as audiences cheered. His music often reflected this tension, crescendos built on vulnerability, triumphs haunted by tears. Tchaikovsky was not a composer of masks. His pain was never far from the surface. But in giving it voice, he gave others a path toward understanding. Not of him, but of themselves. Tears in every theme. To listen to Tchaikovsky is to enter a world where emotion is not decoration, it is the story. Every crescendo feels like a breath held too long. Every tender phrase feels like a memory. His music does not hide its feelings behind form. It wears them openly, like a heart on fire. In his Symphony No. 4, we hear the sound of fate knocking, chasing, questioning. It opens with a bold brass fanfare, then tumbles into shadow like a storm gathering above. Yet within it are moments of light, flickers of hope, glimpses of joy. The journey is never simple, but always sincere. His Symphony No. 5 continues. The struggle darker, more introspective. Its main theme returns again and again, transformed each time, as if trying to find peace, but never fully reaching it. And then the Sixth Symphony, the Pathetique, his final completed work. It is perhaps his most personal statement. It ends not with triumph, but with a slow fade, a quiet descent into sorrow. Unresolved, unredeemed, this was no accident. Tchaikovsky wrote the Pathetique with full awareness of its message. He told his brother it would be his best work, the truest reflection of his soul. 9 days after its premiere, Tchaikovsky was gone. His death remains a subject of speculation. Officially, it was cholera. Others believe it may have been suicide. The truth may never be known. But what remains is the music filled with feeling, unflinching in its honesty. Tchaikovsky did not hide his tears. He turned them into theme and harmony, into line and silence. And in doing so, he created music that still speaks not of victory or peace, but of being human. Antonio Vivaldi, the Red Priest of rhythm in the winding canals and golden light of 17th-century Venice, a city of merchants and masks, a child was born whose music would one day echo far beyond its waters. Antonio Vivaldi arrived in 1678. His red hair earning him the nickname that would follow him for life, Il Prete Rosso, the Red Priest. From the very beginning, music filled his world. His father was a violinist at St. Mark's Basilica and introduced young Antonio to the instrument early on. The sound of stringed melodies against stone walls, the hum of water passing through the city, these became part of his language. But Vivaldi's life was not simple. As a child, he suffered from what may have been asthma or another chronic condition, limiting his physical activities, but never silencing his creative voice. He trained for the priesthood, was ordained in his mid-20s, but rarely performed Mass, his health interfering, or perhaps his true calling lying elsewhere. That calling was music. And Venice, with its theaters, festivals, and floating life, gave him endless inspiration. Here, art lived not in stillness but in motion. The gondolas gliding beneath bridges, the chatter of markets, the flicker of light on water, olive. It found its way into his compositions. Vivaldi was a virtuoso violinist known for his dazzling technique and energetic performances. But he was more than a performer. He was a builder of sound-layering rhythms, sculpting melodies, and pushing the boundaries of form. In an age of elegance and balance, he brought motion and sparkle. His music did not sit quietly. It danced, though Vivaldi's name is now. Linked to concert stages and international fame, much of his career unfolded behind the high walls of a charitable institution. The Ospedale della Piet, one of several foundling homes in Venice, took in orphaned and abandoned girls, raising them not only with care, but with culture. At the Piet, music was central. The girls received rigorous training in voice and instruments, forming one of the most skilled ensembles in Europe. Visitors from across the continent came to hear them play from behind a screen, their identities hidden, their sound transcendent. Vivaldi worked at the Piet for decades, first as a violin teacher, then as a composer and conductor. His relationship with the institution was long and fruitful, if sometimes interrupted by disagreements and dismissals. Still, he returned again and again, always bringing new music, always inspired by the talents of his students. For these girls, many of whom would never marry or leave the Piet, music became their voice. And for them, Vivaldi wrote hundreds of works, concertos, sacred choral pieces, sonatas vibrant, challenging, and full of life. He tailored parts to individual strengths, pushing them not just to perform, but to shine. This was not charity. It was collaboration. And through it, Vivaldi shaped a generation of musicians while giving the world a body of work rich with rhythm, joy, and color. Even now, the idea of orphan girls in 18th century Venice mastering the most complex music of the time feels like a kind of miracle. And at the heart of that miracle stood Vivaldi the priest with fire in his fingers, writing music that danced for those the world had nearly forgotten. Among the hundreds of works Vivaldi composed, 4 concertos stand apart. Together, they form the Four Seasons, a suite that has become one of the most beloved pieces of classical music in the world. And not just for its beauty, but for its storytelling. Each concerto represents a season of the year: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. But these are not abstract impressions. They are vivid scenes, musical paintings, complete with poetry that Vivaldi may have written himself. The music doesn't just evoke mood. It describes action. In spring, birds sing. In trills and chirps, brooks murmur, and storms roll in with sudden drama. You can hear the air change, feel blossoms unfold in sound. Summer brings heat, buzzing insects, and a thunderstorm so powerful it seems to split the air. The violins swirl like winds, then strike like lightning. Autumn begins with harvest and celebration. There is wine, dance, and drowsy rest. Then comes the hunt horns calling, feet chasing, a burst of motion across golden fields. Finally, winter arrives. The world freezes. Teeth chatter. Feet slip on ice. And yet, inside, warmth glows a fire, a thought, a soft pause in the storm. This was more than music. It was imagination made audible. And it was new. No one had painted seasons with such precision before. No one had merged music and narrative so fully, letting violin lines mimic nature and human life in equal measure. The Four Seasons captured something timeless, not just about weather, but about rhythm. The rhythm of time passing, of beauty fading and returning, of joy and rest, danger and peace, Through these concertos, Vivaldi showed that music could tell stories not through words, but through feeling, through motion, through sound as vivid as sunlight or snowfall. Despite his brilliance and success, Vivaldi's final years were not filled with the applause that had once followed him. Tastes changed. Audiences shifted. The ornate style he had helped pioneer gave way to something simpler, softer, more restrained. His music began to disappear from programs. His name faded from memory. He moved to Vienna in hopes of finding new support, but the city offered no refuge. He died there in 1741, poor and largely forgotten, buried in a modest grave. No statues were raised. No tributes offered. It was a quiet ending for a man whose music had once filled palaces and churches with energy and light. For nearly 2 centuries, Vivaldi remained in the shadows. His manuscripts were scattered, misplaced, many believed lost forever. But in the early 20th century, a quiet rediscovery began. Scholars and musicians unearthed forgotten scores, dusty pages tucked into archives, unsigned works traced back to him by style and detail, and then, one by one, his pieces began to return. His concertos, once thought too many and too similar, revealed their depth and variation. His sacred work soaring, intimate stunned new listeners. His operas, long overshadowed, found new breath on modern stages. Most of all, the 4 seasons exploded in popularity. Recordings, films, and concert halls embraced it. For many, it became their first encounter with classical music, a doorway into the past through a piece that still felt alive. Vivaldi had not disappeared. He had been waiting. And now, in the hands of modern musicians, his rhythms dance once more across headphones, concert halls, and quiet homes. His journey reminds us that art, like the seasons he once painted, moves in cycles, forgotten for a time, then born again. George Friedrich Handel Majesty and Grace in 1685, in the city of Halle, within the German territories. George Friedrich Handel was born into a world where music was not yet his destiny. His father, a barber surgeon, hoped his son would enter the law. But from an early age, Handel was drawn to the organ, to melody, to the quiet wonder of notes arranged just right. As a child, he practiced in secret. Eventually, his talent became impossible to ignore. He studied composition and honed his craft in Germany and Italy, absorbing the forms of opera, the structures of sacred music, and the beauty of the Italian style. Yet it was not until he reached London that his music would fully bloom. Handel arrived in England in 1710, and something about the city spoke to him. Its balance of sophistication and spirit, of royal tradition and lively crowds, matched his own sensibilities. Here, he found an audience that welcomed drama and elegance alike. And so, he stayed, though German by birth. Handel adopted England as his home. He became a citizen. He wrote for its churches, its theaters, its kings and queens. He learned how to speak to a broad public, not just the elite, but the everyday listener. His music bridged the concert hall and the chapel, the court and the commons. There was grace in the way he built melody, majesty in how his harmonies rose. His operas were full of passion, his anthems full of ceremony. And at the heart of it all was a quiet clarity, a voice that knew how to speak through music without excess, without noise. In London, Handel did more than find success. He found his voice, and that voice would ring out for generations to come. Among all of Handel's works, hundreds of concertos, operas, and suites, one composition rises above the rest in reverence and recognition: Messiah. Written in just 24 days, It became not only his most celebrated oratorio, but one of the most enduring pieces in all of Western music. Unlike an opera, Messiah was not staged with costumes or sets. It was meant for reflection, not performance. And unlike earlier sacred music bound tightly to the church, Messiah was written for concert halls and common gatherings, spiritual, but accessible. The oratorio unfolds in three parts: the prophecy and birth of Christ, his passion and resurrection, and the promise of redemption. But within this structure, Handel does something remarkable. He gives voice not only to divinity, but to humanity, to sorrow, to hope, to awe. Every aria and chorus seems to breathe. Comfort ye, my people, opens the work with tenderness. For unto us a child is born, dances with joy. And then comes the Hallelujah chorus, that sweeping, powerful section where the heavens seem to open and light pours in. The first time it was performed, legend has it that King George II stood in awe during the Hallelujah. Whether true or not, the tradition remains. Audiences rise, not out of obligation, but because the music lifts them from earth to sky, from thought to wonder. Handel did not invent sacred music, but he gave it new shape. He showed that holiness could be intimate, and that celebration could be deeply personal. Messiah was not just a religious work. It was a gift, a way to feel grace through sound, and even today, centuries later, that sacred voice still sings. Handel's life in London was not only one of music, but of diplomacy. He moved in circles of influence, writing for royalty, negotiating theater contracts, adapting his works for shifting audiences. He was both artist and artisan, both dreamer and strategist. His connection to the English monarchy was strong and often ceremonial. When King George I took to the River Thames in 1717, Handel composed the now famous water music, a suite of lively, regal pieces that floated down the river along with the royal barge. The music echoed across the water, filling the air with festivity and strength. Later, he would compose music for the royal fireworks, a bold and celebratory work commissioned to mark a peace treaty. Its fanfares and flourishes lit up not only the night sky, but the public imagination. Handel knew how to write for the moment, how to match music to event, emotion to history, but he also knew how to serve more subtle needs. He adapted his compositions to the tastes of his patrons. He revised and reworked pieces, not out of compromise, but craft. He understood that music was both art and offering, and he offered his best. Through all this, Handel maintained an unusual independence. He managed his own finances. He ran his own productions. He endured both success and failure, adapting with dignity. When public interest shifted away from Italian opera, he turned toward oratorios. When critics questioned him, he answered with music. He lived not at the mercy of kings, but alongside them, a composer whose loyalty was not to power, but to purpose. And in that balance, he earned respect that outlasted titles. In his final years, Handel faced a slow fading of the world he loved. His eyesight failed. Performances took more effort. The bustling theaters and halls where he had once conducted with vigor now seemed quieter. And yet, he continued even as darkness overtook. His vision he composed. He dictated notes. He revised pieces from memory. He still attended rehearsals, still offered guidance. Music had never been something he did. It was something he was. There was no dramatic decline, no sudden silence. Instead, Handel aged as his music often moved gently, with purpose, with grace. His final oratorio, Jephthah, was written as his sight was diminishing. In it, the music trembles with sadness, but never loses its strength. It's as though he was writing not only for the stage, but for the closing of his own life, not In fear, but in fullness, he died in 1759, at the age of 74, in the city that had become his home. His funeral was grand, attended by thousands. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, among poets, kings, and philosophers, but perhaps his greatest memorial is not the stone that marks his grave, but the sound that still rises in his name in churches at Christmas, in concert halls in spring, in quiet homes where the notes of Messiah return like familiar light. Handel lived a life of majesty and grace, not because he claimed them, but because he gave them in every line of melody, in every turning phrase, in every breath of music that still whispers his name. Claude Debussy, painter of sound in 1862, Claude Debussy was born in a suburb of Paris during a time of structure and clarity in music. The world of classical composition still moved within the rules set by centuries of form sonatas, fugues, and symphonies built on predictable progressions and academic tradition. But Debussy would walk a different path. His music would not march or declare. It would drift, shimmer, and whisper. As a student at the Paris Conservatoire, Debussy quickly made it clear he was gifted and unconventional. He questioned the rules his teachers insisted upon, bending harmonies, stretching rhythms, and coloring outside the accepted lines of classical harmony. Where others saw stability, Debussy saw an invitation to explore. He was deeply influenced by sounds from beyond France. Russian composers like Mussorgsky and Rimsky-Korsakov opened his ears to exotic scales and bold textures. From Wagner, he absorbed intensity, though later he rejected Wagner's weighty drama in favor of something lighter, freer. And from a single evening at the 1889 Paris Exposition, where he heard a Javanese gamelan ensemble perform, his sense of rhythm and tonality was forever changed. Debussy began to break free from traditional keys. He used modes and whole tone scales, where every note is equal, dissolving the usual push and pull of tension and resolution. He let silences breathe. He let chords drift without needing to resolve. In his world, music didn't have to go anywhere. It could just be. This was not rebellion for its own sake. It was expression. Debussy sought not to shock, but to reveal, to show what music could feel like when it stopped following maps and started following moods. And so, he built a new sound, one not bound by bars or formulas, but alive with possibility. Debussy didn't paint with brushes. He painted with notes. His compositions are filled not with plot or argument, but with color, shadow, and light. They feel like places more than pieces, landscapes of emotion and atmosphere where one can wander, pause, and get wonderfully lost. One of his most famous works, Clair de Lune, Moonlight, seems to hang in the air. Its gentle phrases ripple like water under stars. Each note falls softly, like a drop into a quiet pool. It doesn't tell a story. It simply evokes a feeling, like memory gently stirred. La mer, the sea, does the opposite of what the title suggests. It doesn't describe the ocean in obvious, crashing sounds. Instead, it suggests the sea's restlessness and majesty. Through rising swells, flickering textures, and shimmering light, you can almost feel the movement of waves in the changing rhythms, the quiet pull of the tide in the way melodies rise and fall. In Parlude Laper es midi d'un faun, prelude to the afternoon of a faun, Debussy creates a dreamscape, where time seems to blur. Inspired by a poem by Mallarmé, the piece moves like a warm breeze through forest branches. More feeling than form, more haze than horizon. Debussy rarely explained his music. He didn't want to tell listeners what to hear. He wanted them to feel, to imagine, to see through sound. To him, a piece of music could be like a painting or a memory. It didn't need to build or explode. It could linger, drift, dissolve, He once said that music is the space between the notes, and in that space, he invited listeners to rest, to reflect, to dream, a poet with notes. While Debussy's music was inspired by landscapes and light, it was also shaped by words, not lyrics, but literature. He read poetry with the same passion that others studied scores. He was especially drawn to the symbolist writers of his time, Baudelaire, Verlaine, Mallarmé. These poets believed in suggestion over statement, in mystery over explanation. Ideas that Debussy mirrored in sound. In his song cycles, the connection to language is intimate. His settings of Paul Verlaine's poems do not simply accompany the words. They float with them, wrap around them, as if music and poetry are breathing. In tandem. He called his art songs melodies, not songs, signaling his intent to blend voice and instrument into one mood, not separate parts. His only completed opera, Pelle Azet Emlisand, was unlike any opera the world had heard before. Gone were the grand arias and heroic declarations. Instead, characters whispered. They paused. Their voices blended into the orchestra like mist. The drama unfolded not in action, but in tone subtle, shadowed, unsettling. It was a new kind of storytelling, where less said more. Debussy also drew from visual art. He admired painters, like Turner and Whistler, who suggested entire worlds with a blur of light or color. From them, he took inspiration for musical textures, soft harmonies that felt like morning fog, or a single line on the piano that sounded like twilight falling. But perhaps most powerful of all was the sorrow that shaped him. Debussy's personal life was often troubled. He battled illness, depression, and emotional distance. His relationships were complex, sometimes painful. And through it all, music became not only his voice, but his refuge. In his notes, he could say what he could not say aloud. Through his harmonies, he could weep or wonder without explanation. He became, quietly and completely, a poet writing in sound instead of ink, whispering influence. When Debussy's music first reached the ears of the public, it puzzled many. It didn't follow the expected path. It didn't build in the usual way. Some critics dismissed it as vague and disciplined, more atmosphere than art. But over time, a different truth emerged, that Debussy had opened a door, and behind it stood the future. Composers across the world listened and learned. Maurice Ravel, though often compared to Debussy, took inspiration from his textures and colors. Eric Satie, with his minimalist touch, admired Debussy's restraint. In Russia, Stravinsky explored rhythm and sonority with new ears. In America, Aaron Copland found in Debussy's openness a way to shape space. Perhaps most surprising was the reach of Debussy's influence into jazz. Musicians like Duke Ellington and Bill Evans found echoes of his harmony in their own improvisations. His use of extended chords, gentle dissonance, and floating time resonated with the fluid nature of jazz performance. Debussy had given permission to slow down, to blur the lines, to linger in between. Even film composers, long after his passing, carried his legacy forward. The mood setting of cinema, the idea that music should reflect not just action, but inner feeling, was much to Debussy. His fingerprints are there in the soft tension of a suspense scene, the shimmering piano behind a quiet revelation, the unresolved chords that let emotion hang in the air. Debussy died in 1918, during the final year of the First World War. The world around him was changing faster, louder, more fractured. But his music remained what it had always been, a quiet light in a noisy world. He did not shout his revolution. He whispered it, and still it echoes. Igor Stravinsky, the sound of shock in the spring of 1913. In the Three des Champs-Élysées in Paris, music changed forever. What began as the premiere of a new ballet, The Rite of Spring, erupted into one of the most infamous evenings in musical history. Audience members shouted. Some stormed out. Others stayed and jeered. The orchestra struggled to be heard over the chaos. People called it a riot. And at the center of the storm stood a quiet man with sharp eyes and a sharp mind, Igor Stravinsky. Stravinsky had already made a name for himself with The Firebird and Petrushka, two ballets that blended Russian folklore with lush, vivid orchestration. But The Rite of Spring was something different. It was not beautiful in a traditional sense. It was primal, raw, visceral. It told the story of ancient pagan rituals, ending with a young girl dancing herself to death in sacrifice from the opening. Bassoon solo high, strange, lonely, it was clear this was unfamiliar territory. Then came the rhythms, layered, irregular, pounding like footsteps on frozen earth. The music didn't glide. It stomped. It surged and convulsed, full of tension that never released. The choreography, too, defied expectation. Dancers hunched, stomped and moved with jagged urgency. There were no elegant lines, no romantic lifts. Just earthbound motion, rough and real for many. It was too much. They weren't prepared to hear music that didn't comfort, that didn't charm. But for others, including generations of composers to come, it was a revolution. A new century had arrived, not quietly, but with a roar. Stravinsky had not set out to cause chaos. He had set out to tell a truth, a musical truth rooted in ancient rhythms and modern fears. And in doing so, he pulled classical music out of the past and into something unknown, something urgent. Before The Rite of Spring shook Paris, Stravinsky had already begun reshaping sound. His 1910 ballet The Firebird, written for Sergei Diaghilev's ballet's Russes, showcased a young composer at the height of imagination. Inspired by Russian fairy tales, the score was colorful, mystical, and grand. It followed the tradition of Rimsky-Korsakov, his teacher, but with sharper edges and brighter fire. A year later came Petrushka, the story of a puppet with a soul. Stravinsky's music danced with wit and rhythm, using dissonance and abrupt changes. That felt modern, yet still magical. He layered melodies, juggled tempos, and played with orchestral colors in ways that felt both chaotic and perfectly balanced. But after The Rite of Spring, Stravinsky did something unexpected. He changed direction. Where others might have chased further chaos, he turned toward order. The next phase of his career embraced neoclassicism, a return to balance, form, and clarity. But seen through a modern lens, he wrote pieces like Pulcinella, inspired by 18th century music, an octet for wind instruments, structured with cool precision. These works echoed Bach and Mozart in form, but with a bite. Stravinsky's neoclassicism was not nostalgic. It was sculpted, deliberate, structured, and clean. This ability to shift, to evolve, became one of his trademarks. He never stayed in one place for long. He embraced ballet, orchestral work, chamber music, and even sacred compositions. In every style, he remained unmistakably himself, sharp in rhythm, bold in voice, and fearless in vision. Stravinsky didn't believe in comfort. He believed in challenge. And through each transformation, he proved that the modern composer didn't have to choose between old and new. He could be both and more. To listen to Stravinsky is to step into a world of exact detail. His music is not loose or wandering. It is carved, chiseled with care, like stone turned to sculpture. Every note is placed with intention. Every rhythm is measured, even when it feels chaotic, unlike romantic composers, who often poured emotion into sweeping melodies. Stravinsky approached composition like a craftsman. He thought in terms of shape and structure, layering sounds like an architect, designing a building clear lines, strong foundations, and unexpected angles. His works often feature rhythmic patterns that repeat but shift suddenly, like gears, clicking into new positions. He loved contrast between instruments, between volumes, between silence and explosion. A quiet string line might be interrupted by a sudden brass burst. A melody might appear only to vanish into fragments. In Symphony of Psalms, a choral piece that blends the sacred with the stark, Stravinsky avoids lush harmonies. Instead, he writes music that feels ancient and stripped, voices moving in blocks. Rhythm pressing forward, the orchestra acting not as support, but as voice. The result is austere, yet deeply moving. His opera, The Rake's Progress, written in the 1950s, echoes the clarity of Mozart, but with a modern twist, dry humor, sharp rhythms, and unexpected harmonies. Again, the lines are clean, but the emotions beneath are complex. Stravinsky once said that the more constraints he had, the more creative he could be. And in his hands, rules became tools, not limits, but levers. He didn't seek freedom through formlessness. He found it in control. To compose like Stravinsky was to construct, not from chaos, but from careful, intelligent design. And yet, somehow within that precision, the music still breathes strange, bold, and alive. A lifelong innovator, Stravinsky was born in Russia, but he did not belong to any single place. His life was one of movement, geographic, artistic, and emotional. He lived in St. Petersburg, then Paris, then Switzerland, then Los Angeles. And with each move, his music changed, adapting, evolving, always reaching for something new. In Paris, he worked with dancers, artists, and writers, collaborating with visionaries like Diaghilev, Nijinsky, and Picasso. The city's energy fueled his early breakthroughs. In Switzerland, during the First World War, his compositions grew more introspective. In the United States, during the Second World War, he found new voices, American musicians, jazz rhythms, and a different sense of space. Even in his later years, Stravinsky did not settle. In the 1950s and 60s, while many composers stayed with tonal traditions or returned to Romanticism, Stravinsky leaned into the avant-garde. He studied 12-tone techniques, inspired by composers like Schoenberg, and began to use serialism, a strict method of composing with fixed tone rows. To some, this seemed like betrayal. To others, it was a sign of his restless creativity. Even in his 70s and 82nd, Stravinsky was still exploring, still learning, still breaking ground. His later works, like Threnody and Requiem Canticles, are sparse and strange, built from rules yet filled with mystery. He died in 1971, aged 88, in New York City. But by then, his legacy was already global. Orchestras everywhere performed his works. Composers everywhere studied his scores. He had helped invent the sound of the 20th century and beyond. Stravinsky didn't simply belong to history. He helped write it. And though his music was often sharp, even cold, it never stopped searching. Through shock, structure, and silence, he asked what sound could become. And then he showed us. Gustav Mahler, The Universe in a Symphony. Gustav Mahler was born in 1860 in a small town called Kalit, in what is now the Czech Republic. His family was part of a minority Jewish in a predominantly Catholic empire, and from the start, Mahler's life was shaped by both beauty and burden. The tension between belonging and isolation, between faith and fear, would follow him into every note he ever wrote. He was the second of 12 children. Many of his siblings died young, and the presence of death, even in childhood, left a permanent mark on his soul. He would later say that music came to him from these early shadows, that it whispered truths too deep for words. From a young age, Mahler was drawn to the piano. He could hear entire symphonies in his mind before he learned to write them down. He studied in Vienna, where he was both celebrated and judged admired for his talent, but viewed with suspicion because of his heritage. Anti-Semitism clung to the musical world like smoke. Even as he rose through the ranks as a conductor, Mahler had to convert to Catholicism just to be appointed director of the Vienna Court Opera. He lived with this contradiction, accepted on the surface, but never fully embraced. It made him introspective, often anxious, always searching. He demanded perfection from his performers. Rehearsals were intense. His standards were exacting. Yet beneath the sternness was a deep vulnerability, a desperate desire to shape music that could hold everything: sorrow, ecstasy, irony. Belief. Mahler believed music could carry not just sound, but the soul itself in all its confusion and hope. And so he began to write symphonies. Long, layered, and deeply emotional. Not simply music for the ears, but messages from a heart that burned with both faith and fear. Mahler once said, "A symphony must be like the world. It must contain everything," and his symphonies do just that, not in fragments, but in full force. Each one is a universe, bird song and funeral march, laughter and weeping, faith and despair, all moving side by side like scenes from A Dream Too Big to Wake From. His first symphony begins with the soft call of nature, distant, delicate, awakening. Then comes folk song, dance, irony, even a funeral march set to the tune of Far Jacques. It's strange, playful, sad, and joyful, often all at once. Mahler didn't believe in separating moods. He believed in blending them like life. Itself, the Second Symphony, known as the Resurrection, reaches even further. It begins in darkness, moves through anguish, and ends in a vision of rebirth. In its final movement, choirs rise, declaring that death is not the end, that light follows shadow, that the soul endures. Mahler uses the full force of orchestra and voice not to overwhelm, but to uplift. Then there's the third, a journey from lifelessness to divine love. It opens with a movement nearly as long as most entire symphonies, evoking the power of nature. Later movements pass through flowers, animals, humans, angels, each representing a different stage of awareness. As if ascending through creation itself, his later symphonies become even more introspective. The sixth, sometimes called the tragic, ends not in triumph, but collapse. The ninth, composed while Mahler knew he was dying, begins with goodbye and ends in a slow, quiet letting go, music that fades not because it is finished, but because life is. Mahler's symphonies are not easy. They are long, complex, contradictory. But within them is the human heart, broken and brave, wounded and wide open. He turned the symphony into a soul, and in doing so, showed us that to feel deeply is not weakness, it is the truest form of strength. Love and loss. In 1902, Mahler married Alma Schindler, a brilliant, artistic woman nearly 20 years his junior. Their union was intense, passionate, and complicated. Mahler adored Alma, but asked her, early in their marriage, to give up her own composing so that she could support his work. She agreed reluctantly. This tension between love and limitation never fully healed. Despite their conflicts, Mahler and Alma shared moments of true intimacy. Their home was filled with music and laughter, especially after the birth of their 2 daughters. But in 1907, tragedy struck. Their older daughter, Maria, died at the age of 4 from scarlet fever and diphtheria. The loss devastated Mahler. He withdrew, wounded beyond words. Soon after, Mahler was diagnosed with a heart condition. He was warned to limit stress, an impossible task for a man whose life was made of fire. Within months, he resigned from his post at the Vienna Opera. The world that had once surrounded him filled with applause, activity, and acclaim fell silent. Grief and fear poured into his music. His Kindertenlieder, songs on the death of children, had been composed years earlier, before his daughter's death. Now, when performed, they carried unbearable weight. Some believed they were prophetic. Others thought them too painful to hear. But Mahler believed that music had to face sorrow, not hide from it. His love for Alma continued, though tested. In his final years, he discovered she had begun an affair. The betrayal cut deep, but he never stopped loving her. He wrote music for her. He wrote letters. He tried to repair what had broken, even in heartbreak. Mahler's music remained generous. He turned pain into sound, sorrow into structure. He didn't hide his wounds, he gave them shape, so others might recognize their own. When Mahler died in 1911, at the age of 50, he left behind a body of work that was vast and mostly misunderstood. Audiences were unsure. Critics were, often harsh. His music was called too long, too emotional, too fragmented. He had broken the mold, but few knew what to do with the pieces. It would take decades for the world to catch up. Only after the Second World War did Mahler begin to rise in the public's heart. As new generations sought deeper truths, music that spoke to uncertainty, complexity, and contradiction, they found Mahler waiting. Conductors like Leonard Bernstein championed his works, revealing their emotional depth and spiritual grandeur. Orchestras began performing the full symphonies. Audiences began to see the genius that had once been obscured by misunderstanding. Today, Mahler's music stands as one of the great achievements in Western art, not just for its scale, but for its honesty. He dared to write music that asked unanswerable questions. Music that did not resolve neatly, but reflected the real human experience, fractured, beautiful, yearning. He wrote about life not as it should be, but as it is filled with sorrow and joy, chaos and grace. In his symphonies, you hear a man searching for meaning, for peace, for love. And though he rarely found it, he offered the search to others like a light held out in the dark. Mahler believed that music was not escape. It was encounter with grief, with beauty, with ourselves. He once said, "What comes from the heart goes to the heart," and in that way, he left us not with answers, but with something even more enduring, the courage to feel, fully and without shame. Robert Schumann, the dreamer's voice in the soft-lit town of Zwickau, Germany. In the year 1810, Robert Schumann was born into a world of books and daydreams. His father was a bookseller and publisher, surrounding young Robert with pages filled with poetry, novels, and classical tales. From the start, he drifted between two realms, one of language and one of music. For a while, it seemed the law would claim him. At his family's urging, Schumann enrolled in law school in Leipzig. He sat in classrooms, studied contracts, and walked the halls of reason. But his heart wandered. By night, he filled notebooks with musical sketches and poetic lines. The legal path, though clear, felt cold. Music called to him not like a profession, but like a home. He left law behind and pursued the piano with fierce dedication, studying under Friedrich Wieck, one of Germany's most respected teachers. Schumann's goal was not just to play, but to master, to become a pianist whose name would echo across Europe. But fate had other plans. A hand injury, possibly worsened by a mechanical device he used in practice, forced him to abandon the dream of performance. It was a loss, a great one, but it pushed him deeper into composition. If he could not play the stories he carried within him, he would write them, and so began a new chapter, one of passion and poetry, of music that felt more like a diary than a display. Schumann wrote with intimacy. His pieces whispered rather. then shouted. They did not seek applause. They sought understanding. He never looked back toward the courtroom. He walked instead into a life of sound shaped by feeling, and feeling shaped by sound. In the early days of his musical life, Schumann met Clara Wieck, a prodigy at the piano, a brilliant interpreter, and the daughter of his teacher. She was years younger than Robert, but from their earliest encounters, something passed between them, a connection both artistic and emotional, deep and enduring. Clara was not just a muse. She was an artist in her own right. She gave concerts across Europe, dazzling audiences with both technical brilliance and emotional depth. Her insight into music shaped Robert's work. Her belief in him gave him strength. And when the world questioned his decisions or his mind, she remained his steady light. Their love was not easily won. Clara's father opposed the union with all his might. He saw Schumann as unstable, unreliable. For years, the couple fought to be together, writing letters in secret, clinging to their shared dreams. Finally, after a long legal battle, they married in 1840. That year became known as Schumann's Year of Song. He poured out over 130 songs, most of them centered on love, fragile, longing, radiant. These were not mere romantic gestures. They were musical portraits of feeling, each one capturing a heartbeat, a glance, a vow. Together, Robert and Clara built a home of music. They supported one another's work. Clara continued to perform, often premiering his compositions. Robert composed for her, sometimes writing pieces that only she could fully understand. Their home was filled with sound, children playing, piano music drifting through windows, pages of manuscript paper collecting on desks. Their love, though tested by time and illness, remained one of the most poetic partnerships in classical music. Clara was more than Robert's muse. She was his mirror, his measure, his melody. Music of the mind behind Schumann's gentle melodies and poetic forms lived a mind in turmoil. He was no stranger to sadness, no stranger to shadow. Throughout his life, he battled periods of intense depression, hallucinations, and emotional instability. The lines between inspiration and suffering often blurred, yet somehow, within this struggle, he found clarity in sound. His music often reflected the duality within him, joy and sorrow, light and storm. He created two fictional characters to express this, Florestan and Eusebius. Florestan was wild, fiery, impulsive. Eusebius was dreamy, soft, introspective. Together, they embodied the emotional swing within Robert himself. You can hear them in his compositions. One moment, a piano piece dances with light, full of grace and charm. The next, it slips into minor keys, hesitating, aching. His Carnival, a suite of short character pieces, shifts personalities with each movement. It's as if we're wandering through a masked ball, faces changing, feelings flickering. In his later years, the shadows deepened. Schumann heard music others could not. He believed spirits whispered melodies to him. At times, he felt exalted, touched by divine sound. Other times, he feared the darkness pressing in. In 1854, the inner storm reached a breaking point. Schumann threw himself into the icy Rhine River. He was rescued, but he never truly returned. He asked to be admitted to an asylum. For the last 2 years of his life, he lived apart from Clara and his children, visited only rarely, even there. He wrote short pieces, fragile notes, fragments of thought caught on the edge of silence. His illness did not define him, but it shaped his voice. His music holds the beauty of a mind trying to stay above the water, reaching for the light, even as the waves rise. Robert Schumann died in 1856, at the age of 46. He left behind a body of work that did not shout from mountaintops or blaze with theatrical fire. Instead, It glowed like candlelight in a quiet room. His legacy lies in his ability to make music feel personal. He didn't just write for the concert hall. He wrote for the heart. His piano works. Kinderscenen scenes from childhood, arabesque papillons are filled with intimacy. They feel like pages from a journal, written in musical ink. His lieder art songs set to poetry remain among the most beloved in the repertoire. They turn poems into living sound, capturing not just the meaning of words, but the silence between them. Schumann understood that a pause can speak as much as a note. For years after his death, his music was played quietly, in drawing rooms and salons, passed from teacher to student, from heart to heart. And then, gradually, the world began to realize the depth of what he had left behind. Today, his works are heard not only in great concert halls, but in practice rooms, in moments of reflection, in those hours when only tenderness will do. His melodies have a way of reaching people when they need stillness, when they seek something true. Robert Schumann was not a force of thunder. He was a gentle flame, steady, flickering, full of warmth and fragility. And though his life burned quickly, it left behind light dot in his quiet way. He taught the world that music is not always about grandeur. Sometimes it is simply about feeling. And feeling, in its most honest form, can change everything. Sergei Rachmaninoff, Melancholy and Majesty. Sergei Rachmaninoff was born in 1873 in the vast and misty landscapes of northwest Russia. His world was one of birch trees, quiet lakes, and endless skies, and into this expanse he poured his sound. From the beginning, Rachmaninoff seemed made for music. A child of nobility, he was raised in a family where the arts were not just encouraged, but expected, but his childhood was far from secure. His family's fortune faded, and his parents separated. These early disruptions marked him deeply. When he entered the Moscow Conservatory, he was both gifted and guarded, a boy who carried sorrow even as he carried extraordinary talent. From his earliest compositions, a pattern emerged. His music was lush and lyrical, yes, but always touched with something deeper, a longing, a quiet sadness, a need to hold on to something that was already slipping away. Rachmaninoff belonged to a tradition, but also stood apart from it. He followed in the footsteps of Tchaikovsky and the great romantic voices of Russia, yet added something his own, a personal melancholy that felt timeless. His melodies rose like memories, full of both beauty and ache. Russia was not just a place. For him, it was a feeling, a tone, a language that his fingers spoke fluently, even when far from home. Later, when war and revolution forced him into exile, it was the soul of Russia that he carried, not in flag or politics, but in harmony and silence, in the sadness between notes. His music is often described as emotional, even sentimental. But more than that, it is spacious. It gives you room to feel. And in that space, the Russian soul, vast, mournful, and enduring, lives on. Rachmaninoff's hands were the stuff of legend. They were enormous, able to span intervals on the piano that most could only dream of. But size alone doesn't explain the magic. It was what he did with those hands, the control, the shading, the sensitivity that set him apart. He wasn't just a composer. He was one of the greatest pianists who ever lived. Audiences around the world came to see him play, not for theatrics, but for precision, for presence. He sat at the piano like a monument, still and focused, letting the sound speak instead of the body. His touch was light, but his tone was full. Each note seemed to bloom, as if the piano were singing rather than ringing. He had a way of shaping phrases so they unfolded naturally, like breath. His rhythm was elastic, never rushed, never rigid, always flowing, like a conversation whispered across time. His piano compositions reflect this mastery. They are bold and complex, yes, full of sweeping chords and rapid runs, but also deeply lyrical. The prelude in C-sharp minor, written when he was just 19, became an instant sensation. Its brooding power, its sudden eruptions and haunted stillness, captured something ancient in modern form. Then there are the etudes tableaux, musical paintings of mood and story. The moments musicoques, brief yet profound reflections. And above all, the piano concertos, especially the second and third towering works of technical brilliance and emotional weight. Many have tried to play them. Few have truly understood them. Because to perform Rachmaninoff is not only to conquer the notes, it is to feel what he felt, to ache as he ached, to dream as he dreamed, and in that way, his hands became more than tools. They became translators, turning a private world into public sound. Exile and Elegy in 1917, the world Rachmaninoff knew fell apart. The Russian Revolution swept through the country, toppling the old order. As a man of aristocratic background and personal fame, he had little choice. He left first to Scandinavia, then to America. He would never return. For the rest of his life, Rachmaninoff lived as an exile. Though welcomed abroad, he remained, in spirit, profoundly Russian. He spoke the language, read the literature, carried the sorrow. Even as he adapted to new cities and new customs, he longed for the birch forests, the bells of Orthodox churches, the snow-covered silence of his homeland. The pain of exile shaped everything he wrote after. He composed less frequently, focusing more on performance to support his family, but when he did write, the music carried the weight of memory. In his symphonic dances, his final orchestral work, echoes of Russia return like ghosts. There are fragments of earlier works. There are liturgical chants. There is a farewell not bitter, but resolute. It is the music of a man looking back, not to recreate the past, but to hold it gently one last time. Even his Rhapsody on a Theme of Paganini, a dazzling set of variations, carries, beneath its brilliance, a deep sense of reflection. The 18th variation, a slow and lyrical transformation of the original theme, has become one of the most beloved moments in all classical music. It rises like a sigh, soft and sincere, filled with a longing that words cannot name. Rachmaninoff was never political. He did not write manifestos. But in his music, you can hear the grief of losing a homeland and the grace of continuing. Anyway, he became, quietly, a poet of exile, singing not of triumph, but of endurance. Rachmaninoff's music has never truly gone out of style. Even when the 20th century turned toward abstraction, toward atonality and experimentation, his melodies remained grounded in tradition, yet pulsing with something universal. Some critics called him old-fashioned. They said he clung too tightly to the Romantic era, that his heart was trapped in a time that had passed. But audiences knew better. They felt the truth in his sound, not as nostalgia, but as honesty. As human, his Piano Concerto No. 2, in particular, became a touchstone. Its sweeping arcs, its quiet confessions, its final, soaring ascent, it speaks across generations. It has been used in films, in popular music, in moments of personal heartbreak and healing. It is not just admired. It is loved, and so is he. Rachmaninoff remains one of the few composers whose name is spoken not only with respect, but with affection. There's something about his music that feels like company. Like listening to a friend who understands what it means to lose, and to hope anyway. He died in 1943, just days before his 70th birthday, in Beverly Hills, California. He was far from the rivers and steeples of his youth, but in his final years. He knew his music had found a home in hearts across the world. Rachmaninoff believed in beauty, not in a shallow sense, but as a deep, necessary part of life. And he believed that beauty could carry pain that sorrow, when shaped into sound, could become something sacred. His legacy endures not in thunder, but in tenderness, in the way. A single melody can break your heart and then put it back together. He gave us not just notes, but a way to feel. And in doing so, he gave us himself. Joseph Haydn, the humble architect Joseph Haydn, was born in 1732 in the small Austrian village of Rorau, a quiet place of open skies and modest homes. His father was a wheelwright, his mother a cook. There was no grand inheritance of musical lineage, no courts or conservatories in sight. But what Haydn did have was a spark, a musical instinct that flickered early and refused to fade. As a child, he sang in the choir of St. Stephen's Cathedral in Vienna. There, he learned discipline and theory, though the training was often strict and joyless. After his voice changed, he found himself dismissed from the choir and adrift, surviving through odd musical jobs teaching, accompanying, even busking, his fortunes turned in 1761, when he was hired by the Esterházy family, one of the most powerful noble households in the Habsburg Empire. There, in the family's remote palace of Esterházy, he lived and worked for nearly 30 years. The palace was grand but isolated. While the world of Vienna buzzed with trends and revolution, Haydn labored in creative solitude. It was, ironically, this distance that gave him freedom. He wasn't competing. He wasn't chasing fashion. Instead, he was exploring shaping the structures that would define classical music. Without external noise, Haydn built from the ground up, experimenting with form, balance, and contrast. He composed for every occasion operas for court events, chamber music for salons, symphonies for the prince's orchestra. But rather than repeating himself, Haydn used these commissions as opportunities to innovate. Slowly, carefully, he laid the foundation of classical structure, not through grand gestures, but through patient, precise craft. Haydn didn't rush. He didn't boast. He built. Haydn's symphonies began simply, with small orchestras and clear ideas. But over time, they grew in ambition, complexity, and emotional depth. By the end of his life, he had written 100 for symphonies, each a chapter in a long and elegant story. He didn't invent the symphony, but he gave it shape. He explored its architecture, the four-movement form, the development of motifs, the balance of tension and release. His symphonies became blueprints, structures that composers like Mozart and Beethoven would later expand, but always with Haydn's groundwork beneath their feet. What made Haydn's approach unique was how he turned structure into play. His Symphony No. 94, nicknamed the Surprise Symphony, features a sudden loud chord in the otherwise gentle second movement designed, some say, to wake dozing listeners. His Farewell Symphony No. 45 ends with musicians leaving the stage one by one, extinguishing candles as they go, until only 2 violins remain, but these were more than jokes. They were signs of a composer who understood the relationship between music and listener, who knew that attention is earned, not expected. Haydn's music didn't just obey rules. It danced with them. His London symphonies, composed late in life, show the full reach of his powers. They are grand, yet graceful, bold, yet balanced. In them, Haydn proved that form need not be dull, the tradition can still surprise, still move. He gave the symphony its bones, but he also gave it breath, humor, and humanity. Haydn's music has often been described as cheerful, even light. But beneath the sparkle lies something deeper, a kind of musical empathy, a quiet wisdom that sees joy not as denial of hardship, but as its gentle answer. He wrote music that smiled, not because he was naive, but because he understood that levity can hold truth. His quartets tease and tumble with witty exchanges between instruments as if the violins and cellos are old friends sharing inside jokes. His themes often turn unexpected corners. A slow movement might begin with sorrow and end in calm contentment. A fast one might pause for a tender phrase, as if the music itself had something more to say. In the Sun quartets and the creation. In the quiet elegance of his piano sonatas, Haydn infused every measure with humanity. His music never strained to impress. It invited. It welcomed. It asked to be listened to not with reverence, but with openness. Even in sacred music, his spirit shone through. His oratorio, The Creation, inspired by both scripture and science, is filled with awe, not the heavy weight of fear, but the luminous light of wonder. When the orchestra bursts into full sound to depict "Let There Be Light," it feels not just powerful, but profoundly kind. Haydn believed that music could be moral not in doctrine, but in emotion, that it could teach us to listen with care, to feel without fear, to laugh without cruelty. His music made room for joy. And in doing so, it made room for us. Joseph Haydn's place in history is often overshadowed by the towering figures who followed him. But what's rarely spoken aloud is this: they stood where he pointed. Mozart admired him deeply. They met in the 1780s and quickly formed a mutual respect. Mozart dedicated a set of 6-string quartets to Haydn, calling him his dear friend and praising his knowledge of composition. The two often played together chamber music, 4 hands at a piano, and their bond was not of competition, but of kinship. Beethoven, too, studied with Haydn, though their relationship was more complicated. The young Beethoven, fiery and determined, sometimes chafed at Haydn's old-world patience. But Haydn recognized the brilliance beneath the stubbornness. And though Beethoven's style would soon diverge, he owed much to his teacher's sense of form and architecture. Haydn never claimed greatness. He didn't speak of genius. He spoke of hard work, of duty, of faith. He wore humility like a second skin. And yet, quietly, his influence shaped the entire classical era. He lived to be 77, long enough to see the arc of his life rise from village obscurity to international fame. He traveled to London and was celebrated. He returned to Vienna and was revered. Yet he remained the same, modest, focused, and quietly grateful. When asked late in life how he continued to compose with such energy, he replied that when he thought of all God had given him, he could not help but give back. Haydn laid the stones of the path others walked, and though others may have shined more brightly, his light was the one that showed the way. Hector Berlioz, the orchestral alchemist Hector Berlioz, was born in 1803 in La Cité-Saint-Ander, a small town nestled in the hills of southeastern France. He grew up surrounded by nature, with views of the Alps in the distance and the scent of wildflowers in the air. From an early age, he was drawn to intensity, not just in music, but in poetry, books, and the drama of life itself. His father, a respected doctor, expected him to follow the same path. And for a time, Berlioz tried. He went to medical school in Paris, but found himself unable to look at a dissected body without fainting. More than that, he found the world of science too clinical for his feverish spirit. He needed to feel. He needed to create. Music became his escape, not as a quiet pastime, but as a full-blown passion. He enrolled at the Paris Conservatoire, immersing himself in harmony, counterpoint, and orchestration. But even there, he didn't quite belong. He wasn't trained from childhood like most of his peers. He didn't follow rules easily. He wasn't neat or restrained. What Berlioz had instead was vision wild, imaginative, and daring. He saw music not as math or etiquette, but as theater. To him, every note was part of a larger narrative, a scene unfolding inside the listener's mind. His music didn't just sing. It shouted, whispered, galloped, wept. He was a romantic in the truest sense, full of longing, rebellion, and the belief that art should be personal, emotional, and grand. He read Goethe and Shakespeare with reverence. He didn't want music to entertain. He wanted it to haunt, and so he wrote with fire. Not to please, but to awaken. Love and obsession. In 1827, Berlioz attended a performance of Shakespeare's Hamlet. In Paris, the actress playing Ophelia was an Irish performer named Harriet Smithson. She didn't speak French, but she didn't need to. Her expression, her movement, her presence, it was enough to set Berlioz's imagination ablaze. He became obsessed. He sent her letters long, passionate, unsettling. She ignored them. But he didn't stop. Instead, he channeled his obsession into music. Out of that fire came one of the most original and daring works in classical history, Symphonie Fantastique, composed in 1830. The symphony tells the story of a young artist consumed by love, tormented by rejection, and plunged into hallucination. In 5 movements, Berlioz paints a psychological portrait of desire turned to madness. It is music as narrative, unfolding like a fever dream. The symphony introduces the idée fixe, a recurring musical theme that represents the beloved. It appears in different forms throughout the piece, twisted and transformed by the hero's shifting mental state. The second movement is a ballroom waltz, elegant, but with a shadow underneath. The third, set in the countryside, is pastoral and calm until thunder rumbles in the distance. The fourth is a march to the scaffold, where the artist dreams he's being executed. And the fifth, a witch's Sabbath, where demons dance. And bells toll in grotesque celebration. It is wild. It is theatrical. It is Berlioz at his most vivid. And incredibly, it was all inspired by a woman who barely knew he existed. Years later, Berlioz and Smithson would meet again, this time. In reality, they married, but it didn't last. The fantasy had been more beautiful than the life. Still, what she had awakened in him, the need to create something vast and raw, never left. Berlioz's music demanded an orchestra that could match his imagination. While others wrote for tradition, he wrote for possibility. He expanded. The orchestra's size introduced new instruments and explored ways of shaping sound that no one had dared before. He used 4 harps, offstage brass, colossal percussion sections. He wanted music to surround the listener, to move not only through melody, but through space. His orchestration textbook, written in 1844, remains a foundation for how composers think about timbre, balance, and sonic architecture. In Harold in Italy, inspired by Lord Byron's wanderings, Berlioz treated the viola not as background, but as a narrative voice, a lonely traveler set against sweeping landscapes. In Requiem, he called for over 400 performers. The tuba mirum section features brass choirs stationed at different corners of the stage, creating a surround sound effect more than a century before the invention of stereo. Even his Romeo et Juliet symphony defied expectations, blending orchestra, soloists, and chorus in a way that didn't retell the play, but reimagined its emotional world. Berlioz loved the physicality of sound, the shimmer of flutes, the darkness of low strings, the sting of high trumpets. He orchestrated like a painter uses color or a director uses lighting. Every section mattered. Every detail served the vision. He didn't compose to impress other musicians. He composed to ignite the listener's imagination, to make them feel something they couldn't explain. His soundscapes were never simple, but they were always alive. For all his genius, Berlioz lived a life of friction between success and rejection, inspiration and exhaustion. He was admired by some of his peers, Liszt championed him, and Wagner respected him, but the wider musical world often met his work with confusion or resistance. His ideas were too big, his methods too strange. Critics accused him of excess, of abandoning form for effect. Financially, he struggled. He took jobs writing music journalism, pouring his wit and insight into reviews that often cut with the same sharpness he faced himself. He conducted abroad, finding more appreciation in Germany and Russia than in his native France. Yet even there, the applause never seemed to match the scope of what he gave. His heart remained restless. By the end of his life, Berlioz had outlived many of those he loved, including his first wife and his only son. The passion that had once fueled his symphonies turned inward. His final works, like Les Troyens, a massive opera based on Virgil's Aeneid, were masterpieces that went unperformed in full during his lifetime. He died in 1869, alone, weary, and misunderstood by many. But time did what his era could not. In the decades that followed, Berlioz's music found its place. Conductors uncovered his scores. Orchestras embraced his vision. Audiences once puzzled now found in his sound something thrilling, emotional, cinematic. Today, he is remembered not just as a romantic composer, but as a prophet of modern orchestration. A bridge between Beethoven's Storm and the cinematic sweep of Mahler and beyond, his music no longer frightens. It mesmerizes. Camille Saint-Saëns, the elegant craftsman in the heart of Paris. On a crisp autumn day in 1835, Camille Saint-Saëns was born into a world humming with ideas, invention, and art. His life would echo this hum not as noise, but as finely woven music, precise and poised, like the man himself. From the start, Saint-Saëns was extraordinary. A musical prodigy, he played piano before he could form sentences, composed his first piece at 3, and performed publicly by the age of 5. His memory was near photographic, and his curiosity boundless. Not only was he gifted in music, but also in mathematics, astronomy, and languages. He read Latin for leisure and studied geology for pleasure. It was as if his mind worked in clean, bright lines, disciplined yet full of wonder. He entered the Paris Conservatoire at a young age, impressing everyone with his technique and intellect. Yet, for all his talent, he was never ostentatious. Saint-Saëns believed in control, in beauty shaped by structure. He valued craft over chaos, clarity over drama. While other composers followed storms of feeling, he moved with elegance, his compositions like polished stones, each edge refined. As he matured, Saint-Saëns became one of France's most respected composers, organists, and pianists. Franz Liszt once called him the greatest organist in the world. He composed symphonies, operas, concertos, chamber works, all with a signature grace that resisted the excesses of the Romantic age. Even so, some critics would later dismiss his restraint as conservatism. But what they missed was his quiet daring, his ability to say something lasting, not with thunder, but with light. Among Saint-Saëns' many contributions, none is more universally loved than the Carnival of the Animals. Written in 1886, it was never meant for wide performance in his lifetime. Saint-Saëns feared it might damage his reputation as a serious composer. And yet, its charm and cleverness would one day make it a cornerstone of classical joy. The suite contains 14 short movements, each representing a different animal or the idea of one. There's the slow grandeur of the lion, the galloping hooves of wild donkeys, the playful awkwardness of kangaroos. There are swan-like glides, cuckoo echoes, and the delicate shimmering of an aquarium. What makes Carnival remarkable is its dual nature. On the surface, it's humorous, whimsical, almost childlike. But underneath, it's a masterclass in orchestration. Saint-Saëns uses every instrument, not just for color, but for character. The double bass mimics the weight of an elephant. The clarinet stretches into the sinuous line of a cuckoo's call. And in the most famous movement, the swan, the cello sings with such grace, it becomes timeless. Each movement is short, vivid, and self-contained, like a sketch from a musical notebook. And yet, together, they form something coherent, a portrait. Of imagination, Saint-Saëns might have dismissed it as a trifle, but in Carnival, he showed that levity and brilliance are not enemies. They are companions. Sometimes music does not need to wrestle with fate. Sometimes it just needs to dance. A man of balance, Camille Saint-Saëns lived through a century of change, of revolutions in music, politics, and art. As the world tilted toward new forms and strange freedoms, he stood like a pillar, steady and self-assured. To some, that made him seem old-fashioned. But in truth, he was something rarer, balanced. He loved the classical ideals of form and symmetry. He admired Mozart, revered Bach, and believed music should be clear, ordered, and emotionally honest. But that didn't mean it had to be cold. In his works, there is warmth, humor, and humanity, always expressed with clarity, never clouded by excess. His piano concertos shimmer with grace, especially the second, with its surprising turns and sparkling rhythms. His organ symphony, grand and glorious, rises like architecture carved from light. His opera Samson and Delilah blends biblical drama with French lyricism. Its famous arias sung in opera houses to this day. Saint-Saëns wasn't afraid of progress. He was one of the first major composers to write film scores. He traveled widely across Europe, North Africa, and the Americas, absorbing ideas and honoring traditions. Yet he never gave into chaos. While others fractured form and pushed into atonality, he refined his own voice, never shouting, always singing. In an age rushing toward the future, Saint-Saëns moved at his own pace. His music whispered truths others tried to scream. Camille. Saint-Saëns lived a long life, 86 years of music, travel, reflection, and creation. He saw the rise and fall of empires, the birth of modernism, and the fading of the world. He once knew. In his later years, the world around him began to change faster than he could accept. The bold dissonances of younger composers puzzled him. The embrace of abstraction, the rejection of melody, these seemed to him like a betrayal of what music could be, yet he never spoke with bitterness. He kept writing, kept performing, kept thinking. Even in old age, he traveled widely, performed concerts, and supported young musicians. He died far from Paris, in the quiet of Algiers, his heart still full of melody, and when the echoes of louder names began to fade, his music remained not as an anthem, but as a thread, delicate, strong, unbroken. Saint-Saëns reminds us that greatness need not come with fury, that discipline is not the enemy of feeling, that to write something beautiful and balanced is not to be outdated, it is to be eternal. His legacy is one of elegance, of refinement, of music that endures not through revolution, but through grace. His work remains not only because it was crafted well, but because it was crafted with love. Felix Mendelssohn, the spark of classicism. Felix Mendelssohn was born in 1809 in Hamburg, Germany, into a world of refinement and reason. His family was wealthy, cultured, and well-connected. His grandfather, Moses Mendelssohn, was one of the great Jewish philosophers of the Enlightenment, and his parents surrounded young Felix with art, literature, and music from the very start. The Mendelssohn home was filled with scholars, thinkers, and artists. And Felix, from the earliest, Days seemed touched by something rare. By the age of 10, he was not only performing with ease, but also composing with an elegance that echoed Mozart. It wasn't just technical skill, it was taste. A sensitivity. A sense of balance and proportion that seemed far beyond his years. He was raised not as a child prodigy to be displayed, but as a whole person to be cultivated. He studied languages, drawing, and history alongside music. He read Goethe and conversed with intellectuals. His sister Fanny was also a brilliant musician, and the two often played and composed together, their bond strengthening the artistry that bloomed within both of them. In many ways, Mendelssohn's early life felt like a garden carefully tended, full of light, filled with the sense of tradition and the sounds of potential. And yet, even in this world of comfort, his music never felt distant. It carried emotion. It shimmered with warmth and humanity. He didn't need to shout to be heard. He spoke in melody, in clear phrases, in harmonies that lingered like remembered. Kindness. As a child of culture, Felix Mendelssohn wasn't simply a product of privilege. He was a mirror to the best that beauty, intellect, and discipline could offer when guided by heart. Mendelssohn's piano works are perhaps his most personal creations, especially his Songs Without Words, a collection of short lyrical pieces that span decades of his life. They carry no lyrics, yet speak volumes. Each one feels like a letter, tender, thoughtful, and deeply human. The title itself invites the listener into intimacy. These were not grand statements or public performances. They were music meant for the home, for the salon, for quiet reflection. Often written for friends, family, or students, they move gently through a range of moods, sometimes joyful, sometimes wistful, sometimes still. He once said that the meaning of music is too precise for words. And in these pieces, he showed what he meant. There are no dramatic shifts, no elaborate technical flourishes. Instead, there is clarity, directness, a kind of emotional honesty that allows the listener to feel without needing to interpret. The Songs Without Words became immensely popular, not because they were flashy, but because they were familiar. Not in style, but in spirit. They captured everyday feeling, a walk at dusk, a memory sparked by scent, a glance that lingers longer than expected. Each one is brief, often just a few minutes. But like the best short stories, they contain entire lives. A rise, a fall, a soft goodbye. In them, Mendelssohn gave us a new form, not entirely classical, not fully romantic, but deeply personal. Music not as argument or revolution, but as connection. He didn't need words. His music already spoke in full sentences, quiet, graceful, unforgettable. The Bach revival in 1829. At just 20 years old, Mendelssohn conducted a performance that would change music history. It was Bach's DT, Matthew Passion, a monumental, sacred work that had fallen into obscurity. For nearly a century, it had gone unperformed. But Mendelssohn, through study and admiration, saw in it something sacred and essential. The performance took place in Berlin and sparked a revival. Audiences, critics, and musicians alike were stunned by the power of the work. And suddenly, the world remembered Bach not as a dusty academic figure, but as a living voice, a master of depth and architecture. This was no accident. Mendelssohn had studied Bach's music with devotion. He admired its balance, its form, its emotional depth. Wrapped in discipline, and more than admiration, he felt responsibility. To bring this forgotten brilliance back into the light, that performance began a movement. Bach's works were studied again, performed again, loved again. The well-tempered clavier, the Mass in B minor, the Brandenburg concertos all found their way back into concert halls and classrooms because of that spark, Mendelssohn did not seek fame for this. He simply believed that music of value should be heard, that the past, when remembered with care, could enrich the present, and in doing so, he became more than a composer. He became a bridge between eras, between traditions, between silence and song. Thanks to him, the world heard Bach again. Felix Mendelssohn's life was not long. He died in 1847, at just 38, his health worn down by exhaustion and grief. His beloved sister Fanny had died just months earlier, and the loss pierced him deeply. Yet, in his short time, he left behind a body of work that continues to sing. His violin concerto in E minor remains one of the most cherished pieces in the classical repertoire, its opening line tender and immediate, its melodies soaring with both joy and yearning. His Italian symphony, inspired by the colors of the Mediterranean, dances with sunlit movement. His Hebrides overture, born of a visit to Scottish caves, evokes wind, sea, and solitude in sweeping sound. He composed with elegance, always. But never without feeling. Mendelssohn was not a radical. He did not shatter form or storm the heavens, but he brought something just as rare grace, clarity, a belief that beauty could be truthful, that structure could hold soul, and though he died young, he did not vanish. His influence lived on not only in notes, but in tone, in the idea that music could uplift without overwhelming, that art could endure through quiet sincerity. He lit a candle in a room where many were starting to shout. And in that light, we still find peace. Felix Mendelssohn reminds us that not all greatness comes in fire. Some comes in shimmer, in echo, in the soft unfolding of melody that speaks directly and gently to the heart. Giacomo Puccini, the last breath of opera in the waning light of the 19th century. Opera was still a world of myth gods, emperors, noble deaths, and distant lands. Yet from the Tuscan hills came a voice that brought opera down to earth, closer to the kitchen table, the alley, the bedroom, and the fragile human heart. That voice belonged to Giacomo Puccini, born in 1858 in the city of Lucca. Puccini was heir to a long line of church musicians. But the drama of theater called him more strongly than the sanctity of the chapel. He studied at the Milan Conservatory, where the spirit of Verdi still echoed. Yet even early on, Puccini felt something else stirring a desire to tell smaller stories, not lesser, but more intimate. Less about crowns and crusades, and more about hunger, longing, and love. Puccini saw music not as a display of technical grandeur, but as a mirror of emotion. He wanted his characters to breathe, to sweat, to love imperfectly. In a time when opera often idealized life, Puccini infused his with truth. He set his stories in rented rooms, city streets, and rural outposts. His heroines were not deities, they were seamstresses, singers, and geishas. This was a quiet revolution. He was part of the Verismo movement, realism in opera. But even among his peers, Puccini stood out. His melodies carried more warmth. His orchestrations shimmered with light and shadow. And his sense of pacing, of how music could rise, pause, and then ache made every scene feel lived. He didn't invent opera, but he gave it a soul closer to ours. Puccini's greatest gift was empathy. He could write music that wrapped itself around a character's heart and made us feel it beating. His operas are filled with such characters, vivid, flawed, beautiful. In their imperfection, Ella Beau Me remains perhaps his most beloved work. Set in the Latin Quarter of Paris, it follows a group of struggling artists, a poet, a painter, a musician, a philosopher, as they chase dreams and endure winters, laughter, and loss. At the center is Mim, a gentle seamstress, and her tender, doomed love with the poet Rodolfo. Puccini paints their romance with such delicacy that every cough, every candle becomes a symbol the music doesn't just tell the story. It is the story. In arias like Che Gelida Menina and Mi Chiamano Mim, we hear not just lyrics, but soul. The orchestra breathes with the singers, every phrase timed to the rhythm of a tear not yet cried. Then came Tosca with its sweeping passion, and fatal jealousy, and Madama Butterfly, perhaps his most tragic. In it, Chio-Chio-san, a young Japanese girl, is abandoned by an American naval officer. Believing in love, she waits and waits. The music blooms with her innocence and crumbles with her heartbreak. Her final aria, Un bel dì, is not just a melody, it is a woman dreaming as the world fades around her. His last opera, Turandot, was never completed in his lifetime. Set in ancient China, it is more mythic, more symbolic. Yet even here, in the icy cruelty of Princess Turandot, he finds warmth. Nessun Dorma, its most famous aria, is a promise of hope through darkness. It has become an anthem not just of opera, but of perseverance. From attic rooms to imperial courts, Puccini found the same truth. Love, in all its beauty and pain, is the music we carry. Fame and solitude. Puccini was one of the most celebrated composers of his time. His operas played in the grandest houses, across continents, in languages not his own. Yet fame did not shield him from struggle. If anything, it complicated his piece. He was a perfectionist and a slow one. Each new opera took years. He often doubted his work, discarding pages, starting over, chasing a sound only he could hear. Between La Bohème, Me, and Tosca, between Butterfly and Turandot, there were long silences filled with doubt. Critics could be cruel. Some accused him of being sentimental, even manipulative. Others found his melodies too beautiful, his emotions too direct. But Puccini never wrote to please fashion. He wrote to feel. His personal life was stormy. His marriage to Elvira Bonturi was marked by jealousy and sorrow. In 1909, a scandal erupted when their maid, accused by Elvira of an affair with Puccini, took her own life. The tragedy haunted him. Though exonerated, he carried the weight of that grief. He found escape in nature hunting, boating, long drives through the countryside. But even there, solitude often turned to reflection. He kept notebooks of musical ideas. Melodies would come to him in dreams or while watching the sea. He was a man divided between public applause and private silence, between the soaring notes of fame and the hush of loneliness. Yet from that tension came the music we now treasure, because Puccini understood something essential, that beauty and sorrow are never far apart. In 1924, while still working on Turandot, Puccini was diagnosed with throat cancer. Treatment was attempted, but complications followed. He died in Brussels, far from home. With the final pages of his last opera incomplete, the world mourned. At the premiere of Turandot, conductor Arturo Toscanini led the performance faithfully, until the final duet, where Puccini had left off. There he stopped, lowered his baton, and turned to the audience. Here, he said, the maestro laid down his pen. Silence fell. And in that silence, the end of an era echoed. Puccini's death marked the twilight of Italian grand opera, tradition that had begun with Monteverdi, risen with Verdi, and ended in a whisper with Puccini. After him, opera would change. Leaner, colder, more modern. But the heart he gave it never faded. His arias remain among the most beloved in the world. O mio babbino caro, quando mi vo, elusive and Listel, they appear in films, in concerts, in quiet bedrooms where someone listens and remembers love. He gave voice to moments that usually pass unspoken, the final breath before a goodbye, the shiver before a kiss, the silence after a heartbreak. And so, though the curtain fell, The song continued. Puccini didn't just end an era. He preserved it. In melody. In memory. In music that still dares to feel. Jean Sibelius' Northern Silence, the silence of the North, is different. It's not empty, but full of wind, trees, sky, and the quiet rhythm of snow. In this silence, Jean Sibelius was born. In 1865, in Mielinä, a small town in Finland. Still under Russian rule, he grew up in a world of lakes and pine forests where winter lingered long and stillness was part of everyday life. From his earliest days, Sibelius was drawn to nature. He would wander for hours through the woods, not speaking, only listening. Birds, particularly the haunting call of the whooper swan, stirred something in him, a deep, resonant tone he would later carry into his music. As a child, he played the violin, dreaming not of the concert stage, but of capturing the mood. Of the northern wild, he studied law briefly, as many young men of his class did, but it didn't last. Music pulled at him too strongly. He left for Helsinki, then Berlin, then Vienna, soaking in the great traditions of European composition, yet never losing the quiet gravity of his homeland. While others were dazzled by cities, Sibelius always looked back to the lakes, the forests, and the snowy stillness of home. He didn't compose like his contemporaries. His music didn't unfold in perfect logic like Beethoven, or paint with the vivid colors of Debussy. Instead, it felt elemental, as if carved from stone, or thawed slowly from ice. It rose in slow waves, circled back, vanished into still air. He wasn't writing about Finland, he was writing from it. His melodies carried the hush of fog, the echo of distant trees cracking in the cold, the glow of light reflecting off frozen water. Sibelius was not just a composer of notes. He was a translator of place. At the turn of the 20th century, Finland was searching for its voice. Under Russian control, the country's identity was uncertain. Language, literature, and culture were quietly, sometimes violently, suppressed. And yet, something stirred in the people. A longing not just for freedom, but for recognition. For the world to hear who they were. It was in this atmosphere that Sibelius composed Finlandia, a symphonic poem that would become an anthem of national pride. It begins with a low, ominous growl, heavy brass, deep strings, tension rising like smoke. Then comes a surge, bold and heroic, before finally giving way to the piece's most famous section, the Finlandia hymn. The hymn doesn't arrive with a roar, but with a kind of quiet hope. A melody that is both proud and gentle, like light shining through clouds. For Finns, it became more than music. It became identity. A mirror of their quiet strength, their endurance, their deep love for their land and each other. Sibelius never meant it to be a political protest, but it was. Russian authorities tried to suppress performances of the piece, sensing its power. Yet it was played again and again in public halls, private homes, and in secret meetings where people dreamed of a future that was theirs to shape. Finlandia was not alone. Sibelius wrote many works that drew from Finnish myth and landscape. His Kalervo Symphony, based on the Finnish national epic, the Kalevala, tells the tragic story of a warrior fated for sorrow. Other tone poems like The Swan of Tuonela and Tapiola evoke forests, spirits, and ancient dreams, but Finlandia remains the most beloved, not just because of what it says, but because of how it feels. It doesn't scream for freedom. It remembers it and waits. The mystic composer. As the 1920s approached, Sibelius was at the height of his fame. His 7 symphonies had redefined what the form could be, not linear journeys, but evolving landscapes. Each one carried the tension of nature, stillness and storm, clarity and haze, quiet and crescendo. He was celebrated across Europe and America. In Finland, he was a national. Hero and Then. Silence after his seventh symphony and the tone poem Tapiola. Sibelius fell quiet. He worked for years on an eighth symphony, or so he said, but it never appeared. Sketches were made, then destroyed. He became elusive, enigmatic. He longer traveled or gave interviews. Visitors were turned away at the door of his home. Ainola, a quiet wooden house nestled in the forest near Lake Tusala, instead of composing, he took long walks. He fed birds. He sat by the lake for hours without speaking. Friends reported that he seemed peaceful. Others thought haunted. Perhaps he had said everything he needed to say. Perhaps he feared that what he had left would not measure up to what had come before. The truth, like the forest he loved, was dense and unknowable. This retreat, this self-imposed silence, became part of his legend. Composers are often defined by what they produce. Sibelius became defined, too, by what he withheld. He lived for nearly 30 years after his last major work. And still, that silence spoke. It was not absence. It was stillness, reflection, a refusal to rush, a quiet faith that some truths can remain unsaid and still be heard. To listen to Sibelius is to step into a northern dusk. His music glows not like fire, but like embers steady, low, warming through the cold. There is passion in his work, but it is hidden beneath restraint, like heat beneath snow, like longing behind stillness. His harmonies often tremble, unresolved. His melodies stretch across bar lines, like wind slipping past trees. You feel more than you follow. His symphonies build slowly, then erupt not in noise, but in clarity. A sudden chord that cuts through fog. A quiet brass line that glows. Like a candle in the dark, there's a unique courage in his restraint. In an age when music was becoming louder, more dissonant, more fragmented, Sibelius stepped away. He didn't need to prove anything. He trusted the listener. He trusted silence. That's what makes his music ideal for sleep, for reflection, for walking alone beneath stars. It doesn't demand. It invites. It doesn't lead. It waits. Jean Sibelius died in 1957 in his beloved Ainola, surrounded by the same trees and silence that had shaped his sound. He had seen Finland become independent, watched the world tremble through 2 world wars, and lived long enough to hear his music honored not just in Finland, but around the globe. He wrote not to impress, but to endure. And endure he did not in the whisper of strings, in the hush before a symphony begins, in the low, slow horn that calls across snow-covered hills. There is Sibelius. He showed us that music can be strong without being loud, that silence can be full of meaning, and that sometimes the truest melodies rise not from the crowd, but from the woods. Maurice Ravel. Precision in poetry. Maurice Ravel was not a man of haste. He was a sculptor of sound, a jeweler of harmony, and a perfectionist of the rarest kind. Every composition he created shimmered not just with beauty, but with intent. Each note carefully placed, each phrase carved with attention that bordered on obsession. Where some composers poured emotion freely onto the page, Ravel distilled his with the care of a master craftsman. Born in 1875 in the small Basque town of Sabur, near the Spanish border, Ravel grew up amid cultural intersections. His father was Swiss, his mother Basque, and the sounds of both France and Spain mingled in his ears from a young age. He moved to Paris as a child, where he entered the Conservatoire, a place where discipline and tradition ruled. But even within these strict walls, Ravel's originality was undeniable. He quickly earned a reputation for meticulousness. His teachers noticed how slowly he worked, how often he revised, how little he seemed to accept the first version of anything. He would rewrite entire sections if a single chord felt out of place. He wasn't searching for excess, he was searching for balance. And in that search, he refined a style unlike any other. Ravel believed that music, like fine jewelry, must be both intricate and clear. Structure mattered. Restraint mattered. But he never let these ideals smother feeling. Instead, he used them to shape it, to give emotion form, weight, and sparkle. His music often glows quietly, like starlight on polished glass. He once said, "That complexity should serve simplicity. That beauty is not something loud, but something lasting." And so he wrote slowly, listened carefully, and let silence guide him when needed. In the end, his scores looked like blueprints, but they sounded like dreams. Ravel's world was full of color. Though he rarely left Europe, his imagination danced across landscapes, from the flamenco rhythms of Spain to the gray elegance of Parisian streets. His music doesn't just describe places. It evokes them, not in bold pictures, but in textures, perfumes, and breeze. Spain, in particular, haunted him. His mother sang him Basque lullabies. He loved the clatter of castanets, the dry heat of Andalusian nights, the ritual of the dance. And though he was French by passport, Spain lived in his music as vividly as if it were his birthplace. In Rhapsody Espagnole, the colors unfold like a painted fan. Habaneras and dances swirl together, each measure glowing with warmth. In Alborada del Gracioso, his piano becomes a guitar, his melody a tease, playful, bright, and full of mischief. Yet Ravel's music is never loud for its own sake. Even when drawing from folk sources, he avoids the raw and the wild. He refines. He filters. He lets the fire simmer. Back in Paris, he embraced Impressionism, not in the painter's sense of hazy abstraction, but in a musical way of capturing a feeling, a light, a moment. In Judo, inspired by water fountains, the piano ripples and dances. In Mirrors, 5 movements shift like passing clouds, sometimes dark, sometimes light, always precise and still. Underneath all the color, you feel the city. Paris with its rain on cobblestones, its gentle sighs, its quiet walks at dusk. Ravel lived a quiet life, avoiding fame and politics. He kept a distance from the noise of the world, and in that space created music that lingers like perfume. After a lover leaves the room, of all his works, Balrog is the most famous. It is also the most misunderstood. Often seen as a showpiece, loud, repetitive, even brash, it is, in truth, a study in discipline, tension, and slow-burning hypnosis. The piece begins with a single snare drum tapping steadily. Then, a simple melody, just a few bars long, enters, played by the flute. The same melody returns again and again, passed from instrument to instrument. Each time, the orchestra grows, the texture thickens, the volume rises. But the melody never changes. It is one idea, one rhythm, one motion, and yet it builds. It consumes. It spirals toward something immense. By the final bars, the sound is overwhelming, not because it is fast or chaotic, but because it has grown like a wave, patient and unrelenting. Ravel composed Balrog as a kind of experiment. He called it a piece for orchestra without music. He wanted to see how far repetition could go without boring the listener. How orchestration alone, choice of instrument, color, and volume, could tell a story without changing the story. What emerged is more than an experiment. It is obsession set to music. It is the heartbeat of something unresolved. It is the sound of compulsion, how a simple thought, repeated and repeated, can become either transcendence or madness. Some loved it. Some hated it. Ravel himself was amused. "It contains no music," he joked. But even in jest, there was truth. Ball Row doesn't unfold. It unravels. It stands as a monument to Ravel's genius, that even in minimalism, he could create a world that pulses, breathes, and mesmerizes. Ravel's final years were shadowed by illness. After an automobile accident in the 1930s, he began to suffer from a rare neurological condition. His body weakened, his mind slowed, and most painfully, his ability to write music began to fade. He knew what he wanted to say, but he could no longer translate thought into sound for a man of precision. This was devastating. Composing was not a task to him, it was his way of existing. To lose that language was to lose himself. And so, quietly, he withdrew. He stopped composing. He gave fewer interviews. Friends visited, but he said little. The music remained inside him, unheard. In 1937, he underwent brain surgery in a final attempt to restore his health. It failed. Days later, he slipped away in sleep, calm, elegant. Like his music, he left behind no grand final statement, no unfinished symphony, only silence, but his legacy speaks clearly. In pieces like Pavane pour un infante défunt, where a forgotten princess dances slowly in memory. In Le Tombeau de Couperin, a tribute to friends lost in war, where grief is transformed into grace. In every note he chose, and every note he left out, Maurice Ravel didn't compose from passion alone. He composed from care, the care of a mind that believed beauty is not accident but effort. That truth can be elegant. That poetry can be built one polished stone at a time, and so, long after his final breath, his music still moves like a jeweled watch ticking in the dark, like a candle burning low, like rain falling soft on Paris rooftops. Karl Orff, the ritual of rhythm. Karl Orff didn't just compose music. He summoned it from the ground, from the breath, from something older than melody itself. His work was not delicate or ornamental. It was elemental. A beating drum, a chanting voice, a call echoing through a cathedral of stone and silence. Born in Munich in 1895, Orff came of age in a world moving quickly, too quickly. While others chased modernism and abstraction, Orff turned backward. He looked to the past, to Greek tragedy, to medieval manuscripts, to early church rituals and ancient dance. And from those roots, he created something utterly new. He believed that music should be physical. That rhythm lived in the body before it lived in sound. He wanted voices to chant, not croon. He wanted instruments to strike, not shimmer. He simplified texture so that every beat hit like thunder. Where others built cathedrals of harmony, Orff carved temples of tone. His early works experimented with drama and motion. He was drawn to the stage not just for storytelling, but for ceremony. In Orff's mind, every performance was a ritual, a sacred exchange between performer and listener. The orchestra became a tribe. The singers became spirits. The music became spellwork. Even the texts he chose, often Latin, sometimes German, sometimes ancient, gave his pieces the flavor of another world. Not unfamiliar, but ancestral, as if our bones remembered them. Even if our minds did not, Orff understood something simple and profound. Music is not always about beauty. Sometimes it is about presence, weight, breath, and the human need to speak even without words. In 1937, Karl Orff unveiled Carmina Burana. It would become his most famous, most performed, and most misunderstood work. Based on 24 poems from a 13th century manuscript found in a Bavarian monastery. The piece combines the sacred and the profane, the joyful and the terrifying, the ancient and the strikingly modern, its opening O Fortuna, is now iconic. A thunderclap of choir and percussion, a roar from the edge of fate. It speaks of life's turning wheel, how fortune lifts and crushes without warning. And though its lyrics are medieval, its emotion is eternal. Carmina Burana is not an opera. It has no narrative. Instead, it flows like a procession of songs, drinking songs, spring dances, and sacred chants, all woven together in a circular arc that begins and ends with Fortuna's gaze. The music thumps, pulses, and bursts. It is muscular, raw, and immediate. Orff stripped away complexity. He replaced traditional harmony with driving rhythm. His melodies are simple, almost chant-like. But the orchestration, the layering of voices and instruments is anything but. It crashes like ritual. It seduces like memory. To hear Carmina Burana is to enter a world that feels both theatrical and timeless. A world where the sacred wears a mask, where laughter can turn into lament, where the body remembers things the mind has forgotten. Over the years, O Fortuna has been used in everything from film trailers to football matches. It's been shouted in stadiums and whispered in choirs. But behind its fame lies something quieter. Orff's vision of music not as entertainment, but as invocation. A return to the ancient and a mirror of who we still are. Educator of the future, Karl Orff's influence was not limited to the concert hall. If anything, his deeper legacy lies in classrooms where his ideas reshaped how children learn music. For Orff, education was not about training prodigies. It was about awakening connection between rhythm and movement, sound and self-dot in the 1920s, alongside his colleague Gunnald Keitman. Orff developed what would become known as the Orff Schulwerk, a method of teaching music through exploration, improvisation, and play. Rather than start with notes and scales, children began with claps, stomps, and chants. They moved. They spoke. They felt music in their bones before learning it on the page. He believed everyone had music inside them, that it wasn't something to be learned from above, but something to be drawn out from within. His classrooms used xylophones, marimbas, and simple percussion instruments, accessible tools that emphasized rhythm and expression. This approach was revolutionary. It broke down barriers between teacher and student, composer and performer. It made music a shared language rather than an elite code. And it spread across Europe, across the Atlantic, into schools and universities around the world. Even today, Orff's method is used in music education from preschool to high school. It encourages creativity, movement, and intuitive expression. It teaches not just how to make music, but how to feel it fully, and together, through Schulwerk, Orff planted seeds that still grow. In every child who claps a rhythm, in every teacher who encourages play over perfection, in every classroom where music is a dance rather than a lecture, his spirit endures. No life is without shadow. And for all his innovation, Karl Orff remains a complex and debated figure. His career rose during the rise of Nazi Germany. And while he did not join the Nazi Party, he worked under its regime, a fact that continues to raise questions. During the war, Carmina Burana was performed often. Its boldness, its primal energy, its use of Latin texts all gave it an aura that the regime found useful. Orff, meanwhile, kept composing, kept teaching, kept quiet. After the war, he was investigated by the American occupation authorities. He denied deep ties to the Nazis, and historians still argue over how much he collaborated, how much he resisted, and how much he simply survived. It is difficult to reign the intersection of genius and history. Some defend him, citing his educational work and lack of overt political engagement. Others point to silence as a form of complicity. The truth may lie somewhere in between, as it so often does. What remains undisputed is the impact of his work. Carmina Burana endures. Orff Schulwerk thrives. His music continues to be played, taught, and felt. But so does the conversation around ethics, history, and the responsibility of artists in times of darkness. In the end, Orff's story is not one of purity. It is one of complexity, of music that reaches backward and forward, of choices made in difficult times, and of how, even now, we must listen with both ears and conscience. Philip Glass repetition and revelation. Philip Glass came into the world not with a thunderclap, but with a quiet pulse, one that would repeat, echo, and evolve until it reshaped how the world listened. Born in Baltimore in 1937, he was a child surrounded by sound. His father owned a record shop, and young Philip listened not just to the notes of classical music, but to its cycles, the way ideas returned, changed, dissolved. He trained in the formal traditions. At the Peabody Institute, then the Juilliard School, then in Paris under Nadia Boulanger, the legendary teacher of composers. His skills sharpened, but his questions grew. Why must music follow form? Why must climax arrive at the end? Could time itself become the melody? Glass turned eastward toward India. There, he discovered rhythm as meditation. He studied with Ravi Shankar, learning that music could be both spiritual and mechanical. That repetition was not laziness, but devotion, a way of building energy without destination. This changed everything when he returned to New York. Glass was not the same. He wrote not with sweeping symphonies, but with pulses, short phrases repeated over and over, shifting slightly with each cycle. It was not about themes. It was about processes. It was not music as journey. It was music as being. To many, it sounded like machinery. To others, like prayer. A time when composers were chasing complexity, Glass chose clarity. And in doing so, he became one of the most influential and divisive musical voices of the 20th century. In 1976, Philip Glass premiered a work that defied definition. Einstein on the Beach wasn't just an opera. It was a ritual, a meditation, a hypnotic voyage through time and silence. At nearly 5 hours long, with no traditional plot, no arias, no intermission, it asked the audience not to follow a story, but to experience one. The piece was created with theater director Robert Wilson. Their collaboration blurred the lines between sound and vision. On stage, light moved like language. Performers repeated gestures as if caught in a dream. Numbers and syllables replaced lyrics. Spoken text echoed like thoughts in a drifting mind. Einstein himself, or rather, a figure resembling him, appeared not as a character, but as an idea, a symbol of time, of change, of the mind in motion. The music repeated phrases with slow, deliberate shifts. A pattern would begin, circle, and subtly transform like the hands of a clock, never quite returning to the same place. Some critics called it boring, others revolutionary. But for those who surrendered to its pace, it was transportive, like floating in space, like watching thought crystallize. It wasn't about narrative. It was about state. And in that stillness, something strange happened. Listeners became participants. Time stretched. Patterns revealed emotion. Silence became as loud as sound. Einstein on the Beach was a turning point. It broke the opera open. It showed that structure could dissolve and yet still hold shape. That repetition could become revelation. Glass had done more than compose. He had invited us into a new way of listening, one that required patience, openness, and a willingness to let go, though Glass began as a composer on the edges performing. In art galleries and lofts, driving a cab to pay rent, his music eventually poured into the mainstream. And much of that journey came through film. In 1982, Godfrey Reggio released Koyaanisqatsi, a wordless documentary showing the collision between nature and technology. Its time-lapse images of cities, clouds, and crowds pulsed with a rhythm, both frantic and serene. But it was Glass's score that gave it breath. Repeating arpeggios, evolving textures, and an otherworldly calm turned the visuals into poetry. Poakatsi followed, then Nakoitsi. Together, they formed a trilogy that used film and music not to tell a story, but to provoke feeling. Glass's sound became the heartbeat of the images, not illustrating them, but transforming them. More mainstream directors took notice. In 2002, The Hours, a film about three women across time and space, carried a Glass score that shimmered like water. His music threaded through their thoughts, binding lives not with melody, but with rhythm. Audiences wept without quite knowing why. He scored notes on a scandal, The Illusionist, Candyman, and more, always bringing the same signature: simplicity with weight, repetition with grace. Through film, millions heard Philip Glass, even if they didn't know his name. His music became part of culture's background hum. In trailers, in commercials, in moments when time needed to stretch, he had once stood outside tradition. But now his style had become a tradition of its own. At the heart of Glass's work is a simple, radical idea: repetition is not the opposite of change. It is its engine. Listen to his piano etudes. A few notes begin gentle, quiet. They repeat, then shift. A left hand moves slightly. A right hand expands. Over time, what began as one thing becomes something else entirely, and yet the listener doesn't notice the moment of change. It is seamless, like sunlight slipping into dusk. This is not minimalism as emptiness. It is minimalism as mindfulness. Every note matters. Every rhythm breathes. There is no filler, no climax, no rush. Only the steady unfolding of time. In this, Glass reflects the natural world. Waves that crash again and again, never the same. Footsteps, heartbeats, breathing. The loop is not a trap. It is a home. A rhythm that steadies us, teaches us to listen deeper, to notice the difference between repetition and return, even his. Later symphonies and concertos, which use fuller orchestras and traditional structures, carry this sensibility. There are patterns, but not cages. There are pulses, but not prisons. Emotion emerges not from surprise, but from familiarity. Like tears that fall during a familiar lullaby, Glass teaches that music doesn't need to chase the new. It can dwell. It can hold. It can let us hear what we didn't know was there. The first time, or the fifth, and in that act of listening again, we change. Not the music, we do. Erik Satie, the quiet rebel in the swirling heart of late 19th century Paris, where artists gathered in cafes and composers argued in conservatories. A peculiar man strolled the foggy streets, always in a gray velvet suit, always carrying an umbrella, even when it didn't rain. His name was Erik Satie, and while the world around him buzzed with revolution and performance, Satie moved differently. Quietly, awkwardly, deliberately, he lived alone in a small, sparsely furnished room in the suburb of Arles. For decades, he walked the same route to Montmartre and back, rain or shine, past bakeries and bookshops, through alleyways and silence. His routines were rigid. He ate only white food. He owned dozens of identical umbrellas. He rarely spoke of his inner life. And yet, in his music, soft, strange, and deceptively simple, something whispered back, Sadie was not a prodigy, nor did he seek grand praise. He failed out of the Paris Conservatoire and was often dismissed by critics as amateurish or unserious. But those who listened carefully knew there was something different in his notes. Something still. Something unclaimed by tradition. While others composed with flourishes and fire, Sadie wrote in quiet understatement. His music didn't climb to climax or explode in triumph. It lingered. It hovered. It breathed. And though his face rarely betrayed emotion, his melodies spoke in tones of longing, humor, and moonlit melancholy. He was never quite part of the musical elite. But he was never quite apart either. He belonged to something else, a space between the known and the unknown, where simplicity became subversion, and silence held its own kind of music. In 1888, Sadie composed a series of short piano pieces that would define him forever. The gymnopdies. They are slow, sparse, almost weightless. The melody drifts above soft chords like mist above a quiet river. Each note arrives gently, without insistence. And yet, in their softness, these pieces hold worlds. The name itself, gymnopdies, is borrowed from ancient Greece. It refers to a Spartan festival involving young men dancing in ritual, often nude, to the rhythms of a sacred hymn. But Sadie's music isn't heroic or muscular. It feels ancient in a different way, like faded stone, like dusk light, like the echo of a thought you can't quite place. The pieces are marked lent et douloureux, slow and painful. But their sadness is never dramatic. It's the kind of sorrow that doesn't cry. It merely exists. A presence in the room. A memory you didn't know you missed. They are not technically difficult to play, but they are hard to feel correctly. Their beauty lies in restraint, in the space between notes, in the refusal to rush. In many ways, they were minimalism before. The world had a word for it. For decades, the gymnopdies remained relatively obscure. It was only when Claude Debussy orchestrated them that they began to reach broader ears. And once they did, the world recognized something timeless. Something that sounded as though it had always been there. Today, they appear in films, in lullabies, in solitary moments around the world. Played softly in rooms where people are grieving, or dreaming, or simply trying to fall asleep. Not because they lull, but because they listen. Because they let us rest inside them. Sadie was not merely a composer of gentle melodies. He was also a satirist, and a strange one. His sense of humor wove itself through his music, not with punchlines, but with peculiar instructions, odd titles, and an endless fascination with the absurd. In his piano piece Embryons des Chess, Dried Embryos, he imagines musical portraits of tiny sea creatures, including a holothurian or sea cucumber. He writes instructions to the pianist such as, "Play like a nightingale with a toothache." He mocks pompous musical cliches. He inserts silence like a joke with no answer. In Vexations, he composed a simple musical motif and suggested it be played 840 times in a row. It was a puzzle. Was he serious? Was it a meditation? A prank? The mystery lingers, as does the piece which, when performed as instructed, can last over 18 hours. Sadie detested pretension. He disliked the inflated language of classical tradition. In his sonatine Bureaucratic, he pokes fun at neoclassical form. In Parade, a ballet collaboration with Jean Cocteau and Pablo Picasso, he incorporates typewriters, sirens, and pistol shots into the orchestra. It caused scandal. He loved that, and yet, behind the laughter was sincerity. He wasn't mocking music. He was mocking its pedestal. He believed sound should be free, not locked in doctrine, not trapped by expectations. His humor was disarming. But beneath it lay an artist asking, what if we take music less seriously, so we can feel it more deeply? In a world of drama and complexity, Sadie offered absurdity and clarity. He composed like a philosopher trapped in the mind of a clown, or perhaps the other way around. When Sadie died in 1925, most of his belongings were found untouched in his tiny room. Dusty scores, forgotten umbrellas, mismatched furniture. But among the clutter lay a quiet revolution, one that would echo through the 20th century and beyond. Though dismissed in his lifetime, his fingerprints would be found on the work of great composers who followed. Claude Debussy was his friend, and sometimes defender. Maurice Ravel, while critical at times, could not escape Sadie's influence. The minimalist John Cage, Steve Reich, Philip Glass all traced something essential back to him. Even Brian Eno, the father of ambient music, would later cite Sadie as a spiritual ancestor. It wasn't just the music. It was the idea of music. That less could be more. That silence mattered. That play was serious. That the ordinary could become sacred if you listened closely enough. Sadie helped free music from its corset. He loosened its collar. He showed that elegance didn't require ornament, that a melody need not conquer, it could simply float, that weirdness wasn't weakness, that rules weren't sacred. He paved the way for ambient, for experimental, for conceptual, for music that didn't need to perform, but simply to be. And so, even now in galleries, in headphones, in late night living rooms, Eric Sadie lives on. Not loudly, not proudly, but precisely as he might have wanted, in the quiet, strange places of the world. In a single piano note that lingers just a bit too long. In a piece that seems to go nowhere, but somehow leaves you changed.